Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick all are here.
Hello.
How you guys doing today?
The crackling.
What's wrong, John?
The crackling in my. All I did was make a slight adjustment to the volume, and all I got was.
Don't boo. They should actually have a.
Let's see what happens if I do it this way.
We should have the ability to be strapped down during the show,
Oh, that's fun.
just to not move.
Is it working better, John?
No, it's just anytime you move the volume, it has to crackle for a few seconds before it like settles in on whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Also, the call screening TV does not work, which is good.
Does Chris know this? I'm going to text him.
I didn't text him during my show because I know he would come in here and do it while I was talking. And
Crap.
Then I thought better of it.
So you're telling me that there's no call screener video, thus we don't see the
I'll text him during commercial.
friends.
What?
I regret to inform you
The
that
Teefies have taken
there
over.
will be no Big Red overreaction this week
That's not true.
because how are you going to take calls?
It would make Big Red
By
overreaction.
clicking them on.
Oh, what are you going to
challenge.
do? Just go, hi, who's this?
So there's
That
a
sounds
producer.
professional.
There's a producer who could tell you the name.
Oh, that sounds very efficient.
Or look at their screen.
Yeah, you can look at their screen. Can you see the screen?
No,
John can. Yes, he
Yeah.
can. Yes, he can.
no, I can't.
Yes, he can.
Again,
No, I can't.
The
No,
criticism
no,
have been about me.
Josh, why are you doing this?
Because you're not even hosting Overreaction.
Exactly. I'm looking out for you. I gave you an out.
I like
I'm finally
Overreaction.
giving you an out, and you're going to be like, oh, no.
I like hosting Big Red Overreaction and talking to the most
Lies.
wrong. If I didn't, why would I have volunteered for this? I did this out of the goodness of my own heart.
Because, Nick, martyr baton him.
Wrong. There's
martyr
I don't even want
baton
a
him.
baton. There's no baton. No baton.
There's no baton.
There's no baton.
You lie. Look. It's on your face.
Wrong.
It's yours. It's all yours.
I'm not holding the
You're
baton.
not.
I
No,
didn't
you
ask
got to
for it.
hold it this way. You were trying to hold it this way.
I didn't ask to hold the baton. I didn't ask for a baton. Josh needed somebody, and I said I'll be happy to do it. And here's what I'm doing: the show.
And now you really want to do it.
I haven't even been complaining about it. You're complaining.
I just gave you an out.
I like talking to the most important
I
voice.
just gave you an out.
Yours.
I mean, imagine. Do you really want to do back-to-back weeks?
Of
after-
losses?
after-
No, of
after-
course not. But that's the life that I have chosen.
With
Whoa.
Mr. Fart, they're not going to lose.
With Mr. Fart.
Maybe.
They're not going to lose.
Maybe.
They have
Are you being
famously
too-
not covered 5 in a row.
Are you
They're
being
like
too
7
positive,
point-
or
they're
are
like
we
8-point
being?
favorites?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well,
Here's a topic.
There's some room to spare there.
So
Mm,
the answer is always going to be in the middle. But are you more wrong because you've been like everything's fine? John and I, the positive boys. John and I have said everything's bad.
The negative
The
boys.
negative
Boys.
Who's
Boys.
going to be more correct?
It's a great question. I don't know. I have noticed that you guys are quite a bit more pessimistic than I am, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
great.
I mean, yeah, we didn't even talk about Northwestern. This is the first time we've actually mentioned really.
They're going to try to
Northwestern.
run the ball down Nebraska's throat. Have you looked at the number of times they run the ball?
Oh yeah. It's gonna
Woo-wee.
theoretically,
Woo-wee.
this should be a tougher matchup than last week, based on how they have been performing.
Could be.
And
I'm
if
worried,
there's
Happer.
if some rogue
But no
agent
baton.
inside of the coaching office, it's like, man, I don't know why you're talking these guys up. I mean, they're not really that good. And all it takes is one, and then pretty soon it just permeates the whole organization.
Yeah. I would say
It's bad.
It's bad.
I would say exactly the opposite. I would say now everybody knows what happens.
Let me ask you this question. So last year, famously, they started 5-1. They went to Indiana. They lost by 100 points.
That's right.
It was good, though, the next week that they got to play Ohio State. There's no letdown against Ohio State. Northwestern is not Ohio State. Is that a bad thing for the program? Would it be better if they were playing Oregon this week?
That is an excellent point.
Sorry, I don't
Josh.
mean to bring up topics like this during the crossover. We were
Well,
going to look at random
I
crap.
don't think
I gave you an out. I said we're going to cancel the show, and you said no.
I love
I
a
don't
big red
think that
reaction.
you can automatically say it was because they played Ohio State that they were so good in that.
No,
game
but they
last
showed
year.
up ready to go.
But I think it's not.
But
You're
I'm
not stretching the bounds of logic to say that they definitely were alert that week because it is Ohio State.
Topic alert.
And you tend to like really ramp up the effort when you know, oh crap, these guys are really good. If you're doing any window shopping, if you're doing window shopping on Minnesota, it's Minnesota, but you window shop on Ohio State or Oregon, or
I guess we'll find out the answer to that question on Saturday.
John writes, Connor is wrong. Everything is not fine.
John is pretty pessimistic.
That's true.
Yeah.
Is this the same John that emails?
Yes.
Wow, that's crazy. This guy texts and
gotta be,
emails.
right?
They're both John without an H.
It sounds like something that John would say via email.
Yeah, the tone is always the same.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, we haven't really talked about Northwestern much.
We got plenty of time.
We do have plenty of time.
Do we have their play-by-play man coming on our show this week?
We can.
Okay.
He's a friend of Farron, so
He's a friend of the Grum. We had him on the
Friend of
preseason.
Farron.
Yeah.
and everyone else is going to have Louis Vicaire because he's the only other guy that covers
100%.
Northwestern
We are
sports.
going to, I'm sure. He's a friend of
So
ours.
I kind of like the fact that we can zig while the others zag.
You guys should just have Farron on.
Well, we do. We have him
He's
today.
on today.
Perfect.
We got the TV announcer coming on the show this week, too. Connor.
And that is
Connor Shallets.
Onion.
You
It's
ready
an
for this?
Onion game.
I don't normally read emails from people that are like, behind the scenes stuff. He told me that when he's in town, he listens to our show.
Wow.
He says he likes unsportsmanlike conduct.
he would not be the
Now,
first person to say that.
is
I was
he-
like, could he be lying to butter me up?
Yeah.
Paul Burmeister said that to us.
But then he said,
last
here's your
year.
phone number.
That's true. Paul
But he's
Burmeister,
actually in town, though, a lot to call basketball.
He is.
He goes, I've listened to you and John before. I go,
You know
okay.
who told
Does he realize that he can listen from anywhere?
Oh, we should tell him that on Friday.
Yeah, like he doesn't have to be within our radio range.
That's
Which,
true.
by the way, I mean, if he truly is listening to us when he's here, he's getting us in Lincoln,
that would be amazing.
which
I
means
think
he
he's lying.
either has my car because I get the show great.
No, it's when he does
I
Creighton
listen-
games. It's when he's here for Creighton games, he said.
Oh,
When he's here for basketball season, it's like, I like your guys' show.
well, yeah, but
I
if
said, what?
but if he's
Really?
but if he's staying over at the Hilton, can he get our signal?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, we need to ask him, where in town are you when you listen?
That would be great.
I'm standing next to this tall tower in South Omaha.
And then when he says, I'm
In
just
the
around,
pavilion.
you'd know he's lying.
Do we want Dave on Thursday or Friday?
Well, Connor's coming on Friday, so probably Thursday.
Thursday works.
There you go.
Oh, I love it. We got him already.
I mean, not quite. I'm
Oh.
just
Oh,
You
you're sending,
gotta get
you're
him.
sending the
Sending-
initial
yes.
text?
yes.
Okay.
You got to get him.
Nick, you have carte blanche to text all the play-by-play announcers for the rest of the season.
Okay.
That's the dream.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
the dream.
That's the goal.
That's the dream. Though I don't know if
It was USC's guy.
that's
Abergast?
Yeah.
Pete Arbogast.
Yeah.
How's
We have.
close?
He's been a friend of the Grum.
Mhm.
Unfortunately,
Moved
though,
to R
the
to the
last
wrong
time
spot.
we had Steve Jones from Penn State, that was before Oregon.
Yikes. He was
When-
so happy.
When things were good.
He loved life a few weeks ago.
He might blame us for the downfall of Penn State because after he appeared on our show,
Kenneth says Scott Wolf. That's
my guy.
that guy. When
He hates
they,
Lincoln
That's it.
Riley.
He's the one who hates USC, right?
when he
he's
called.
good. I like him.
Did you watch that game? You probably missed it. Do you know about the
The
play?
Notre
that-
Dame game?
Yeah. Did
No.
you see the play that they called? So it was rainy. I don't know if you know this. It was rainy.
The reverse
Wide receiver
pass, or whatever.
Yeah. Scott Wolf. Can you imagine him in the press car? He was probably just shaking his head the whole time,
He was
laughing to himself.
he couldn't get over the fact that they're never going to play the game again.
Oh my gosh. Good take. That's a good take
he,
by
was-
you, Scott.
He was just taking pictures all day. Imagine not wanting this.
Would you like to see a
Is
picture?
that what he was doing?
Good for him.
I know.
Shout out to
Thank
you, Scott.
He's
God.
absolutely correct about that. They need to play that game every year. Lincoln Riley is
Patrick says Wolf is
Coward.
goaded.
he is.
He is goaded.
He is. He's the GOAT.
But now, I mean, is he going to still be that way?
After they fire Lincoln Riley.
Well, no. Like going into the, let's because
He
they're
loves
coming off an
Nebraska.
idle week. Oh, so you may get a USC guy who thinks that Nebraska. Oh yeah, Nebraska got a great chance. Versus
That'd be my
maybe a
guess.
lot of other people who will be like, yeah, I think USC's going to win.
That'd be my guess. yes.
Interesting.
My guess would be he'd pick Nebraska to
So
win.
are your takes being influenced by your guests? Do you need different guests?
Whoa. I didn't pick Nebraska to beat USC.
Not yet.
No. I'm just saying in general, the idea of, your positivity versus our alleged negativity.
You know what, John? You're right. I do like to surround myself with positive people. That's why I hate you idiots.
Well, and it's not like we share any guests at all.
No, we never do.
No, we're all
We don't
unique
talk.
guests.
There's a lot of Husker beat writers.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They all say very different things.
They do. By the way, John is indeed John. It is the same John.
I figured.
Both the email and the text.
That makes sense.
All right. Do we want to go through some of my random crap?
Yeah, let's
yeah.
talk about your random crap.
And
You
also
have you have random crap.
Yeah. So my parents, they're doing some stuff at their house, and they were like, "There is a box of your stuff. Can you please come and go through it and decide what you're going to keep and get rid of?" Also, I missed that there's a second box. The second box is
second box
So now I
is
had to
it.
make a return trip tonight to go through the other box.
I do like going to my parents' house to just look. Sometimes I stopped over there last week and I looked in my closet, my childhood closet. And I
Whoa.
saw a bunch of stuff
Yeah,
that I really liked.
that's awesome.
I took a picture of what that Creighton
Bats and
jersey.
gloves.
Oh yeah,
That
yeah.
Creighton, that black Creighton
Yeah,
jersey I
yeah.
have. I think I want to wear that at some point this
During
year.
this process where your mom was going through it, did she throw out your best porno mag?
No, John. No
Josh
porno
didn't need
mags.
magazines.
Yeah, I'm a millennial, John.
Well, you do. You literally have magazines.
Now these are other magazines. So okay, let's start with this one. I have a Sports
oh no,
Illustrated
you don't.
from
Good Lord.
the greatest
2001.
World
You
Series of
bastard.
all
God,
time.
look at you. Look
Oh,
at you.
Look at
Incredible.
Randy.
I laughed so hard when I found this because I wasn't even a subscriber. This is somebody named Mike Schuster from Fremont, Nebraska.
Don't
Mike,
dox him.
I just doxed you.
The
Sorry.
only thing
wait,
that
let me
would've
see
made
that
that
address.
better
Let me
is
see
You know
that
this?
address.
Yeah, John, where is this in town? Wonder if this guy's still alive.
He's John's neighbor.
Kind
You know where this is?
Yeah.
Mike Schuster.
Now, what if Young Kim would have been on there?
I would absolutely. I don't know why it's not
Is
Scott
Young
Brocious.
Kim in there in that mag?
He probably. Here, I'll go. I found the
Look,
part. What?
They were just flashing
way.
up pictures from the 01 World Series. It's ubiquitous.
Oh wow,
it's
this
everywhere.
This is early. This is the Diamondbacks are up 2-0 in the
Oh.
World Series. So this is early.
Okay.
So Young Kim hadn't happened yet.
No.
Scott Brocious hadn't happened. Whoa,
Tino
look at this.
Martinez was about to get him.
Double trouble, a thing about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Ah, they won the Super Bowl
How
like
ex-
1 year later.
1 year left. Whoa, the movie we're going to do in movie club someday. 61.
Great
Oh.
movie.
An excellent movie. Our guest today at 2:30 doesn't like it. And hockey, who cares? All right, anyway. I
Yeah,
wish
but
Sure
what's,
doesn't like
what's,
61?
what's the Nebraska article?
I didn't even see that.
You didn't
Nebraska-
see that?
No, because I have
Oh.
the Eric Crouch
That's famous.
Oklahoma
Yeah.
cover as well.
the brooding Frankenstein
Yeah.
Eric Crouch. I wonder if he hates that thing.
All right, let's see.
He's
What's
probably signed 5,000 copies.
Oh
in
God,
his life.
yes.
Oh, never mind. This is about the
2000
Oklahoma
Black
game.
41.
Back
Flash.
in a flash. Who writ the
I think
story?
it was Austin Murphy. Was he the college football guy back then? Where is it at?
How would you know that?
Because I'm a freak.
He is a nerd.
That is-
Austin Murphy.
Well, dear God.
There you go.
Austin Murphy.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay, so that was the one that I found, and I laughed so hard because I didn't think I still had this. And then, of course, yeah, we talked about it. The Eric Crouch cover. I
Okay.
mean, a classic, right?
Yep.
I wish we could put it somewhere.
Yeah, I wish we had a
Another
random. I
classic
wish we had a
cover.
wall that we could put random things on.
The greatest team of all time.
Classic cover.
1995.
That's not
Cornhuskers.
1971.
Suck on that one, John.
Is Damon in there?
You realize they put the 71 team on the
Wouldn't
cover too when
surprise me.
people actually bought those things.
Did Austin? No, who was the guy who wrote this story? Remember, it was a very famous story because it basically was like Nebraska's about to start sucking now. Did you ever read this one it mentioned all these things like, the Prop 48s, Tim Layden. Read this story. Tim Layden basically predicts Nebraska's downfall after they beat Florida.
You should
62
read
to-
it right now.
Nostradamus.
The whole story.
I mean, that'd be funny if you spent the whole segment reading the story.
All right, let me see if I can find the because seriously.
Oh, that reminds me. We
Do a
need to pick a
dramatic
random
read.
game today.
Make Farron read it.
wow.
Ooh, another Farron reading Rainbow.
Kate McEwen's name pops up early in the
Oh
story.
no, not her.
Okay.
Dag nabbit.
Maybe it wasn't this story, but it's one of the stories right after the national championship. All right, never mind. Anyway, look at
Okay.
that. What a fun cover.
Good job.
All right, let's see. I found this. I have no idea what this is.
Hold on, let me zoom here.
Was
that a
folder
camera
Cameraman,
program?
zoom it. Oh, I've got that. That's from the Journal Star.
Okay, that's what this is. The
Yeah.
perfect season. Oh, there it is. Published by the
That
Lincoln
means you're
Journal
going to
Star.
get young millennial sip in there somewhere.
What? Oh my gosh, and he's on our show today.
Tiny baby sip.
Edited by Steve Beatty. Who is Steve Beatty? John, do you know who Steve Beatty is? John's trying to find a television show.
No. I'm trying to.
Whoa!
It's up.
Oh my
Inception.
gosh.
I don't
this is
like this.
crazy. It doesn't say who wrote any of the stories. All right, I'll have to ask Sipple if one of his writings. Wow, this is weird. Very strange. All right. Speaking of stories, Look at this. Tom Chattel.
I got that one too.
Something called Red Zone.
Yeah, that's basically the World
Nebraska's-
Herald's version of the same thing that you just held up from the Journal Star.
Wow, that's
'Cause, you know,
cool.
back
well,
then-
this is about the whole 90s.
Oh,
Or,
okay.
look,
Oh,
maybe
yeah,
everything.
yeah.
Bobby Van.
But I don't
They
know
used
if
to
you,
win.
No. The
Oh.
Omaha World Herald and the Journal Star used to be totally separate publications.
They hated each other.
Yeah, they did.
Wow.
They weren't under the same umbrella.
Except
Right.
for the basketball beat writers. Those guys, huge
Right.
fans of each
Ri-
other.
Riley Jane used to sneer at Lee Barfnet.
Oh, that's one of the basketball guys I was talking about. And then finally, our dear friend Mike Babcock wrote something called Nebraska Football Legacy.
Yeah.
You can tell my parents, I was such an easy kid to buy Christmas gifts for. Let's just get them another Husker book.
Yep.
Thanks, Mom and Dad.
Easy.
So
Done.
there you go.
I have all of those,
This is amazing. I had a bunch of other stuff too that I didn't bring. I want to be like, hey, look at the North Carolina.
including your best porno.
No,
mag.
John, no porno, man. No porno.
John, I don't like watching us.
Why
on a
not?
15
It was the
second
first thing
delay.
that showed up on Josh's algo.
Who was the guy?
Should
that-
we watch Holgo the No-Go?
Yeah. Who was the guy who we had in? Was it Snacks that you were like, let's watch some of your plays? Remember, John? We had a
Yes.
Snacks. Who was Snacks?
That was
Damien or
Damian
Darian?
Daniels.
Oh yeah.
John put a bunch of his plays on our TV, and he's like, let's talk about this play.
What a great topic.
It was fun.
Incredible.
Great bit.
He was a good dude.
Did you have a telestrator?
Yeah, I just gave him a Sharpie and he drew on our screen.
That's
why
our
our TV. That's why we got rid of that TV.
YouTube user says, is this your keep or throw out pile? This was my I want to bring it to the zone pile. I'll probably put it at my desk. I do wish we could put the Sports Illustrated covers. Maybe I could put them up on the wall. I want the
But we just painted.
Why don't you
Yeah.
put them up in our new studio that we'll definitely be moving into someday?
I was in the Power Studio earlier, and I was like, whoa, look at this view.
I always think it's so nice in there. It's so quiet in there. There's not a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah.
It's spacious.
Yeah, they don't have dumb things on their walls.
The whiteboard's not dumb.
We
I
don't
like the
need
whiteboard.
it anymore, Nick.
It doesn't even work. You write on it and it's permanently there.
Yeah, because no one ever erases anything. What are you going to try to find?
All
this
right,
time?
well,
What
Nick,
game shall we watch
Nick,
this
All
pick
time?
right.
a year.
Why is Josh Land continuing to talk trash to me? This is a Colorado fan.
Colorado stinks.
Also, he kind of
So
likes
weird.
Nebraska, doesn't he?
2010.
Oh, perfect. I don't know. Do we really want to watch the K-State game? I mean, we could.
Everybody always watches the Kansas State game.
But everybody always watch the K-State
We
game.
should watch the Texas A&M game.
Oh, my God.
Well, let's see
Ben
what we have
Cotton.
available to us. Oh, look at that. Look what shows up in the search.
Perfect. Perfect.
Wow, that's in the history.
Ben Cotton got...
There it is, 2 hours and 18 minutes.
Did you watch it recently, John?
There's the Ben Cotton
I
play
don't
right
think
there, the
so.
703.
Wow.
Can I veto this? This is going to trigger me again. That play
Okay.
triggered
Let's
me
watch
bad.
the 1999 Texas A&M game for some reason.
Well, it's only. Well, how about this one,
That's
Josh?
a good one.
Goat.
Maurice Purified.
There you
Goat.
go.
Let's go.
There
this
you
is
go.
great.
Sorry, Nick. We're going to 2006. Hope
Okay.
you don't
Nice
mind.
year pick, idiot.
Josh, which of these brands would
I
you
was
consider buying
9.
from? Craftsman, Cobalt, U.S. General, Husky, or none of the above?
Craftsman.
the
No.
above.
Give him a-
Craftsman.
I think Josh is a Craftsman guy.
Nick, I'm trying to answer this.
It's
truly.
Eric Collins.
Again?
Oh, no. Disaster.
What a bad
How many
idea.
networks
This is the
does it work
second
for?
time in 3
Wait,
games.
so what did we do yesterday?
Well, yesterday we did Ball State. That was Matt and Greg.
But what did
Yeah.
we do
But
before for 5
Before
seconds?
that, we did.
What did we do? It was Eric Collins, though.
Yeah.
Well,
It was like an old other game. It wasn't a Nebraska game.
Was it
Wasn't,
07?
wasn't it Georgia Southern last year?
Yes,
Week?
it was Georgia Southern.
No,
Didn't he
because
do
that was
that?
Noah. Remember, that was my friend Noah Eagle,
Yeah.
who's joining us next week.
We've
it
only
wasn't
done
Eric.
I don't
three of them.
No,
remember.
no. We turned on a game and we were like, "Oh no, disaster! What a
Yeah.
bad idea."
It wasn't a Nebraska
I didn't know
game.
he worked for ABC.
Yeah, me neither.
I
had
don't
no
remember
He's
that.
on every network.
Strangely, I did not. I
Look at
only
that.
saw the last half of the last quarter of this game because I was busy that day.
No wonder you disrespect him.
Did you guys
I don't
just
disrespect
see
Zach Taylor. I think he's a fine
Nice.
man.
2006 Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year,
Zach
Taylor.
Frickin' Taylor.
Yeah.
That guy was a beast.
Now he's
This isn't the greatest picture in the world.
he's
I guess.
not going to get fired as the Bengals
It's
coach because they have
standard depth,
Joe
John.
Flacco.
Jay Flacco.
Yeah, but even like yesterday, it was better quality.
Looked better
quality.
on a CRT.
Wow, Jimmy says watch Texas versus Colt McCoy. You want to talk about a game that would trigger me?
No, we're not watching the 2009 Big 12 championship.
No, for once, we're finally watching a game where Nebraska
Oh,
wins,
Jaworski
and people were
Whoa.
happy after it, not like yesterday.
I was really happy at the end of this game. Really happy at
Why?
that.
Because you wanted Bo fired?
This was
No,
Bill
this is
Callahan.
2006,
Oh,
man.
they're doing 10
This
again.
is when Steve Peterson went into the locker room and basically said, "This is why we did what we did."
By the way, that Ball State game we played yesterday, I didn't know that Nebraska almost lost that game.
Yeah,
Oh,
40,
yeah.
That's why we watched it.
40,
Yeah, that's
wasn't
wild.
Oh yeah, yeah, it was bad.
But
it? Dude, how many did you ever figure out how many yards Nate Davis threw for? I'm pretty sure it was like 450.
no,
We-
we didn't.
I
That's a
mean,
good question.
Well, you know what we didn't do yesterday as part of the watch along?
Husker Max.
We didn't do Husker
didn't.
Newsmax
Oh.
pull quotes.
Mhm.
Nebraska Newsmax, John.
Sorry, Nebraska Newsmax.
I like
pull
that.
quotes.
We watch the game and then we go to Nebraska Newsmax to talk about it. It's the next day.
Well, but usually these things end out. We're not going
12th
to
man.
go overtime for this. Well, do you want to review that, or you want to look at the pull quotes from this game?
Well, we got to go back to yesterday first, I think.
Just tell me how many yards Nate Davis threw for.
Well, that's boring. That would be 207.
That's it?
wow.
No. I'm sorry. I'm just
Oh.
talking out loud while I make clicks.
Clicks.
Nate Davis threw
We love your clicks,
for
folks.
422 yards.
It was a lot of
Wow.
yards.
This
I
can be
remember
interesting
those yards.
because, like, 2 weeks before the Nate Davis game, they gave Bill Callahan an extension. And
Yes.
So I imagine that might come up in some of the poll quotes.
from Colonel Mustard.
Our favorite.
Oh, Stacey Dales.
Dales.
Jeez, this is
Yeah.
Isn't this what's his name called Sweet Toots or whatever?
Oh my God.
no. That you're thinking of Susie Culver.
Yes.
No. I was talking
Oh no,
Ron
that
Franklin.
was what was her name?
Janine Edwards.
Janine Edwards.
That's right.
What did he
Yeah,
say?
Stacy's on NFL Network.
The quote
This is,
from,
I mean, she's like right out of Oklahoma during this.
Ron Franklin. I mean, he has a whole section of his Wikipedia page that's like how he talks to women. So there are two incidents. One is the Holly Rowe incident, and one is the Janine Edwards incident.
tough.
So let's see. He addressed her, in a condescending tone as sweet baby.
Sweet baby.
All
He's
right.
like, whoa, Gus can call her all American girl, and I can't say sweet
He
baby.
goes to AAG now, Josh.
Colonel Mustard said of the 2007 Ball State games, "We have all the problems that a defense can have, from no pass rush to poor tackling." It's almost like Colonel Mustard went back in time to talk about the Minnesota game.
Nice job, Colonel.
From Steve M. Sipple.
Bring in ball.
With due respect to the Fighting Cardinals, this looked like mediocrity, Big Red style.
Oh, mediocrity, a very famous word at the time.
From Terry Douglas.
Oh, wow, this picture is garbage.
I can't see anything.
Have you
of
tried
the
glasses,
GI
nerd?
Independent.
They zoom in really close. You can see the
Yeah.
words.
While the Huskers didn't necessarily appear flat, they often looked completely inept on the defensive side.
Squinting does help, by the way.
From Nebraska Newsmax's own Husker Dan, Husker fans will be talking about this one for years to come and might rewatch it again 20 years later, all for the wrong reason.
What
On
a
a
call by
radio
Husker
show.
Dan.
Good job by you, Husker Dan.
From Kurt McKeever.
Kurt.
Don't lose vision of Ball State receiver Dante Love in the open and having a for-sure touchdown reception slip through his hands with 27 seconds to play.
We talked about that play. We talked about it.
And finally, from someone named Ben Gouldsmith, who was writing for the Daily Nebraska.
No more Gould.
Maybe that's why fans were booing. In Callahan's fourth year in Lincoln, he's calling a 1-point win over Ball State a step forward.
Maybe that
Yikes.
is why they were booing.
Oh, no. If Nebraska wins on Saturday, do not call it a step forward, Matt. Don't do it.
I'd boo us. That's what he said yesterday.
All right, from this game,
Brandon Jackson, Dane Todd,
Leiden Murtha.
Why, you can read those?
Murtha.
I feel like I have my eyes crossed.
Matt
No, just
Slauson,
Squint, Josh. Squint. It helps.
Matt Harrion. God.
Terrence Nunn. Oh, no, don't drop it.
Nate
he
Swift.
already did that.
It's already here.
He did.
All right.
Rice and Tulsa are tied
Wow.
in the
can you-
second quarter.
can
Great
you believe
game.
it, Nick?
What conference would they have been in at the time? Who knows?
CUSA?
USA.
Conference USA, I'm guessing.
Oh, Brandon Jackson. Nice run. 6 yards.
All right. 2006, Texas A&M.
Great game.
From the Colonel. Mustard, that is.
Nice.
Not ketchup.
I don't know if this is a signature victory for Bill, but it certainly is for Zach. That was a drive we'll be talking about for years.
20 years from now, they'll be watching it on a radio show.
It's still a great.
A little more than 20.
Oh, my God. Listen to this one from Tom Chattel.
Tom.
This one was suitable for framing. This one will find its way under the walls of every shag-carpeted basement from Auburn to Alliance.
Well, I mean, kind of. It
How
was
do
a
you
great
frame
catch.
a game?
Okay,
Tom?
you can't count leaving the Big Ten North Championship trophy on a pedestal in the entryway of the West Stadium. You can't say that.
John, can you read
They
that?
literally did. That trophy sat
Bring that trophy
in
back to
the
Lincoln.
lobby of the entryway to the West Stadium for at least 2 years.
Can you read that quote from Tom, but in the voice?
Of
Oh! Because it kind of sounds like that.
Dan
doesn't it?
Titchener's going back to punt, by the way.
Oh, shag carpet.
this one was suitable for framing. This one will find its way onto the walls of every shag carpeted basement from Auburn to Alliance.
Yeah, it's really good.
What do you think about those old words? Adrian Fiala from Africa, America.
What do we got next?
Kurt McKeever. The moment you think they're about to experience a colossal collapse, they come out of their coma and inject new life into their season, perhaps into their program.
Wow.
I like how Kurt still comes at it from the he's pessimistic angle.
Was Kurt a pessimistic boy? Was he out on the Callahan experience?
Yeah.
I didn't read the Journal Star back then.
From Terry Douglas, a season changer.
Can't see anything. They're in the shadow now.
A season changer. Who knows? Maybe even a program changer. Time will tell.
Yeah.
Time will tell.
Not
Ron.
really.
Nothing is ever a program changer in a
Not
good way
really.
anymore.
Yeah.
From the Daily Nebraskan.
Who was it, Robin?
Evan Bland.
Whoa, Evan.
Hi, Evan.
What a fun day it was for anyone who wears Husker red, and that especially included Taylor when he made all the right decisions in helping NU punch its ticket to Kansas City.
Good job by you,
Baby
Evan.
Very good job by you. From Robert Kroom of the Bryan College Station Eagle.
I was like, who's that?
Having to pull games out at the end time after time is catching up to an A&M team that can spread blame to both sides of the ball for its slow starts.
I love that. They lost by what? 2?
1.
1. And it's like, well, both sides of the ball were bad. So.
From Wendell Barnhouse
score or
of
1
the
point?
Fort Worth Star
Incredible.
Telegram. Are the Aggies a team cursed by the football gods? Why can't they make the play with the game on the line? Because they had a field goal that got blocked, right?
Courtney Griggs.
Yes.
Not that it would have mattered. Well,
Yes.
it would have
Yeah,
mattered
they
because it
did,
would have made
yeah.
it a 2-score game.
Yeah.
From
Well, they had the field goal block that gave Nebraska the ball, and then they were able to go down and score.
right, but if they had made that field
Oh,
goal,
yes, then Nebraska.
then Nebraska wouldn't needed 2 scores and the
Correct.
game would have been over.
Yep.
Corey
From-
McEwen. It's getting the start.
From John P. Lopez of the Houston Chronicle.
I don't know who this guy
John
is.
P. Lopez.
Is it P.
Francione,
Lopez or P. Lopez?
Franchione's biggest shortcoming is big game-itis. It's an affliction that has staggered a number of coaches.
Yikes.
And
Definitely.
finally, from Husker Dan.
Oscar Dan. Again?
With every down, it seems Zach Taylor grew more confident even after he had several passes dropped, most of them by that rock-handed idiot, Maurice Purified.
Oh, John, you're thinking of Franz Hardy. No hands, Fran.
No
Maybe
hands,
this
Franz.
sets Taylor up to one day. be the
Nick,
head
there was a
coach
player
of the
for Nebraska.
Bengals.
His name was Franz. F-A-R.
Ferdinand?
F-A-R-N-T-Z. And people called him No Hands Franz because he dropped a lot of passes.
They had a lot of bad receivers during that time.
They did.
But Mo Purify
Yeah,
was
but
the
Mo
during
if I was
during that time. During that time, they had a
Hey,
lot of
Nick,
Fair.
you're a jerk.
But they were all like mildly highly recruited. And
Yes.
like, oh, they're going to be really special.
Oh, they're going to be great. They're gonna, I mean, everybody on Callahan's recruiting
Now-
list, that
Yeah.
guy's going to be great. That guy's
Do you think these guys were ever good, or do you think other schools were boosting their stock to trick Nebraska into recruiting them? And when really they
mean,
were bad, it was a psyop.
in
from
all
other schools.
seriousness, they did have a pretty good eye for talent.
Yeah.
I mean,
They
they,
just couldn't coach for a lick
well,
in some
they-
spots.
yeah.
In some spots.
And also to be fair, the atmosphere around here was such that it did not allow for the coaches to endear themselves to the fans and vice versa.
Correct. It was a different time. If you were an
And
outsider,
their
they hated
boss
your
was
guts.
an absolute moron.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm talking about the guy at the very top.
But the show that was on in this time slot, fair and not funny. Serious all the time.
Serious all the
And
time.
better.
And better.
And
And they
better.
talked about all the teams that you wanted them to talk about.
They talked about football. That was the best part.
Yep.
This show now is just a shell of its former self.
Talk
We'll never
about
talk about football.
Baseball.
Baseball, baseball guests,
College basketball.
Yeah.
in October.
Horrible.
Yeah, you would never have seen Kevin and Michael do that.
You guys should just read the paper. Remember reading the paper? I bet they were doing that in 2006. Probably read the paper.
Yeah, what was prep like? What was doing prep like in 2006? Was it reading the paper?
Oh yeah.
Wow. What
Did you bring the paper into the show?
Maybe if there was like a specific article or something you wanted.
Hey, do you
to
see
quote.
what Chattel said? Look at this on
But
page 2.
I mean, but you did have. I mean,
Yeah.
you would you had the internet, so you could print off articles and stuff.
Okay.
Wow, what a time.
Printing off articles.
So yeah, that's pretty much what it was.
It was a different time.
Yeah, what a time.
It was a different time, and it was a lot more caller driven.
Zach Taylor, over the middle.
Yeah.
Too high for Purify.
And now
off
you
his
hate
heads.
callers. You don't want to have them on anymore. You don't want bigger reaction to
the
exist.
screen doesn't want them on anymore.
Yeah, the screen has canceled all callers.
The screen has canceled all callers.
This is unreal.
You know, as someone who has famously complained about, I had to do the show from 1180, it was horrible.
It was.
And now you're basically going to be doing the show from 1180.
No.
Yes.
The phones in here don't sound like the phones in there.
Yeah, but you
Turn
ain't
them
going
on
to know
and you
who's
feel
on
like you're
the
underwater.
phones.
Like
You're not going to know who's on the phones.
That'll be fine. Nick can tell me. Nick, who's the caller? Bob.
Idle.
Nick's not going to be here for overreaction. You're not going to be able to lean on
Are
Nick.
you saying that our great producers are bad at their jobs?
No, I'm just saying I don't think you're going to like it.
Joey.
They're
and
Gen
Peter?
Z B. He doesn't know if they can read,
Whoa. John.
No, I didn't say
which
that.
is a messed
You
up
said
thing
that.
for you to say, John.
Peter
said
can
that.
read.
You said that.
Why would you say
And why
that
would
about
you
our
accuse?
part-timers?
Why would you accuse either Joey or Peter of being Gen Z B?
Because they are.
How do you know?
Because they're younger than I am.
I thought the whole Gen Z A, Gen Z B thing was more of a mindset than it was an age thing.
No, it's an age thing.
What do you guys think they're going to do on this 3rd and 8?
Pass.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
there he is.
Hey, look
a
at
great
that.
wide
A
receiver.
slant. A quick 2-step drop pass.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, and it gained 10
I kinda thought
yards.
that they were
Hey,
gonna-
someone.
The phone doesn't work, though.
Oh, no. It's to whole go.
Yeah, I wanted. Yeah, Holgo the no-go, please. Yeah, of course you know who I'm talking about. Yep. Hey, dummy. We're watching the 2006 Nebraska Texas A&M game. They just threw a quick slant. Put it in your playbook.
Why don't you turn it on? Whole go, the no go.
Look at those stats. 523 yards.
Yeah, give me him. Yep, I'm
Who's
getting back
on
on the line.
now?
Yeah, Holgo the no-go. Guess how many yards Purify average? 20.1 per catch.
Oh, there goes Brandon Jackson.
Do you know
And
that you
opened
got
up the run game.
you know you got a couple of guys that are actually faster than him?
Tell him,
Yeah,
John, tell
yeah.
him it'll open up the run game if you do it.
Hey, and it'll open up the run game. Yeah. Exact. What? No, I'm not going to go get you a Casey's pizza. No, go away.
People think that you say, hey, dummy, made them laugh. Hey, dummy.
Hey, dummy.
John is out on
Hey,
Holgo.
football. Look at that guy.
Well,
Coach
I'm
football.
out on Minnesota Holgo.
Yeah, but you've been out on Holgo a little bit since
No,
remember the first
no.
game? You were like, I'm out on this guy.
You know,
should
I
embrace
did
it.
not say
John,
out on this
Your
guy.
opinions might age well. Embrace it. Embrace being.
No, I did not say, but,
All right,
but
fine.
I want to be honest.
John thinks he's great.
I just think so far, based on the numbers, he's like an upgrade from a bologna sandwich to a gas station sandwich. I ain't talking about the ones you can now get at Casey's
But what
that
kind
they
of
make.
gas station sandwich?
the ones that
Any
the
gas station
ones-
sandwich is better than a bologna
Oh, the
sandwich.
pre-wrapped ones.
The pre-wrapped ones.
They're so
Oh.
disappointing.
I
The
think
problem
he's
with those
at
is they're
least-
just too dry.
He's at least they make it behind the counter for you sandwich from the
No.
gas station.
like a Husker hoagie
No.
sandwich?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's a
Where
good
you
sandwich.
where you
No.
convince yourself it's good, but you look back and the only reason you liked it is because of nostalgia?
Yeah.
That's what he is. A
Because
Husker
the word
hoagie.
Husker
right,
was
fine.
ahead of the word hoagie.
Yeah.
Fine.
Wow.
Right.
Well, I do like Husker hoagies.
But a lot of that
It
is
probably
'cause-
wasn't very good.
Yeah. I don't think it was.
But
You liked it.
I got it a lot though.
but maybe
Because it was like a free you felt like it was
Yeah.
free Subway.
Uh-oh.
Matt,
Oh no.
yeah, Matt.
Hey, dummy.
Hey, did you ever think about trying to shop for your coordinators at Jimmy John's? I'll even go with Subway.
Why didn't they? No, you don't want that. Why didn't they get a Jimmy John's offensive
Oh,
coordinator?
they're gonna go into the I formation. Marlon Lucky's at the
Is that who that is?
he's at the I back.
No,
There he is.
that's BJ, isn't it?
That's Marlon Lucky, baby.
Yeah, he was a little taller.
That's Marlon Lucky. I'm surprised they handed off to
See,
him
I
instead of
can't tell.
throwing him
Oh, it
straight.
is. Yeah, that's when he was
Number
wearing 20.
Wow.
Man,
Their
how did-
stadium looks way different
they
now.
freaking, They disrespected Johnny Rogers by giving him that number.
Wow. Look
Look
at them.
at
Look at all those
yeah.
averages. Cody Glenn, he ended up being a linebacker.
Who is Wilson?
That was
Kenny Wilson.
Kenny Wilson.
He's the guy who
Wilson.
dropped the
Yeah.
television and broke his femur.
That's right.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
dropped a TV on his femur.
How do you drop a TV on your femur?
Well, back then TVs were box. Remember
They were very
were
big
very
and
heavy.
very
different
heavy.
time.
It was like Mr.
He probably was
Bones.
trying to carry it down the stairs and it. Ouch. People are saying Happy New Year, by the way.
Us randomly commentating on this YouTube game.
I didn't realize Texas A&M was ranked in this game and Nebraska wasn't.
Look at that. Nebraska used to win ranked games on the road.
Whoa.
Those
Whoa.
days are over.
Now,
No, John.
Matt, hey, did you know? Hey, let me tell you. Bill Callahan, you know who he is, right? Yeah, you studied up on it. You know he beat a ranked Texas A&M team on the road. On the road, yeah, away from home. Yep, sure did.
You know that
Yeah,
sound
do you
you're
know?
looking
Do you know
for?
their stadium's like twice the size of Minnesota's? Yeah,
Listen
it
to
is.
this.
Conference game too. Yeah,
You know, the Bo Pelini era is obviously the one that's aged the best since his firing. Callahan era is looking pretty good too. People hate that guy's guts still all these late years later, and they're
just
so
the
done
wrong.
for.
It's just the wrong time.
Yep.
Just the wrong time.
All right, we should probably go.
2006. This is the year they won those back-to-back road games, though. They were taunting
Iowa
that
State
stat.
and Kansas State,
Yeah,
and then they won this
and
one.
then they won this one.
they won 3 games on the road in conference that year.
Wow.
That was back when half the Big 12 wasn't really trying, though. So
I miss those days.
All right,
Are we
that's
gonna
your
say it?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
thank you.
Whoa, they had a players only meeting on Sunday, according to Dylan Raiola.
Oh God, that's not what I wanted to hear.
Ha! See, I told you things are going bad.
Oh no, John's back
It's
on the horn. again.
bad.
Hey, Tua. Yeah, how'd that players only thing work out for you?
Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, what was the score of the Browns game?
Oh no.
Gotcha.
Oh no. Players only meeting.
That doesn't sound good.
No,
No.
that every time I
I'll
hear
meet you
players
guys in the
only,
middle.
I feel I don't feel better.
No.
Everything's fine.
Dylan Raiola, by the way, said the team told every truth it could tell.
Oh God,
What
that sounds horrible.
What does that mean?
Thank you.
Ooh,
There was I had a quote.
every truth you could tell. I wonder
Truth
who
or dare.
I wonder who on defense said, "Yeah, and your uncle sucks."
Why does sometimes Dylan Raiola talks like Jaden Smith,
There was a quote.
Who's
that-
Jaden Smith?
Will Smith's son? He had a tweet once like, "How can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't
He
real?"
does talk in Instagram captions.
Yeah.
He had a
Oh,
quote
dear
that I wrote
God.
down after the game, and I forgot to read it yesterday, but he said, 6 points is pretty brutal. I'll take that one. I'll take all the blame. I'll take all the hate. And I was just like, oh my
Yeah,
gosh, stop
that's-
talking like that.
Fake stuff.
Look at that. Zach Taylor ran for more yards on that play than Dylan. Zach Taylor.
I don't
He
think
was
he's got
slow.
sacked once yet.
All right. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. Everlevelconcrete.com. Grum starts next. 16:20 the zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Will it make you happy, Nick, to know you won't have to call Farron? He'll be on the stream today.
I do like how it sounds better on the video.
Oh, yeah. Nothing about being able to see your friend?
I like seeing my friend.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Nothing beats a mid-fall 2:30 kickoff shadow that's
God.
encompassing
Holy moly.
more than half the field.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to the Grum, everyone. Brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people.
What,
Boston
Nick?
College.
I don't believe it.
You know,
Phelan's at the bottom of
damn
that
it.
pile.
You know, that was such an engaging crossover
It was a Happy New Year.
that I didn't complete the referee's Grum down.
Whoa.
Wow, so when Josh shared his random crap, was your idea just to do the Grum down because you didn't care about
John,
Josh's
you're on the
crap?
air. You shouldn't be doing anything. You should be talking and engaging with the fellow hosts.
Yeah, I always
I've
have
been able to
everything
do
done
this
before the
before,
Grum.
but it was
Oh.
more engaging today. Thus, I didn't have time to add stuff there. So you ain't going to get that Grum down, but you will get this Grum down because it's still sponsored by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Is this the most important week in the Matt Rhule era? Mike Farron's going to join us. Michael Brunson's going to join us. We've got Super Hot Take Market. We have a K Ford stock report. We have
Uh-oh, some
Stephen
people
M.
hate
Sipple.
that.
Well, I don't care.
No, that's Thursday.
Seriously, people get so triggered. It doesn't matter. He's not enough data points. I get it. And Steve Sipple and more. There's your Grum down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The numbers and the rankings and all of that stuff should not hurt your feelings.
I don't know why it bothers people so much. I like it.
It shouldn't hurt your feelings. It's just numbers.
The math
Just
can't
because-
hurt you.
Just because your team played like absolute crap on Friday doesn't mean we can revolt against everything.
That's true. We still
You
like
know,
Kelly Ford, even though he
it's-
doesn't respond to Nick's texts
Well, he's a
anymore.
busy guy. He's always updating his numbers.
I miss when he responded to us. He was a guest.
Well, he's just a busy guy.
Now he hates our guts.
Maybe he hates you.
But
Maybe he does.
I mean, far be it from me to go on another rant about you football fans, but here
No,
we go again.
don't you say
You
this.
football fans who invade our chats in March,
Yeah,
April,
yeah,
May,
yeah,
June,
yeah.
July, August,
Yeah.
and say, why are you talking about baseball?
Thank God.
Why are you talking about the NBA?
That's how
Why
I
are you
feel.
talking about
Hey,
college basketball?
that's-
Why are you talking about? Why are you talking about football?
What-
Who
Is that your
always do
impression
this?
of me?
Who always do this? Because you can't wait for football to get here. Then football gets here, and we give you football stuff. I never hurt my feelings. You know, there's no pleasing anybody.
I'm
There's
pleased.
no pleasing anybody.
I feel pleased.
I'm fine.
I feel pleased and pleasured. I did just see a funny quote. You want to hear a funny quote?
Who dat?
Luke Lindenmeyer.
Oh, God.
So this was right at the beginning of the crossover, which is why I missed this. I'll just read the entire tweet from our Monday guest, Mitch Sherman. Nebraska tight end Luke Lindenmeyer said he's inspired by Rocco Spindler, the Huskers' right guard who was back at practice on Tuesday after he underwent surgery on Sunday. Lindenmeyer said the bone was sticking out of Spindler's finger last Friday.
Oh my God.
He was hospitalized in Minneapolis for the injury that occurred in the first quarter. Quote, "It makes me want to play hard," end quote, Lindenmeyer said.
Sometimes
Did my bone sticking out of my wrist make you guys want to broadcast harder?
Absolutely not.
Nah.
Man,
absolutely
I
not.
want to work with Luke Lindenmeyer because he would have been inspired by
Mr.
me.
Bone.
He was in the bone zone.
Wow, you should come hang out with our
Oh,
Mr.
that's
Bone.
right.
I mean,
Mr. Bone is up on the ceiling now.
Yeah.
I mean, Spindler's
Roof?
going to be back in 6 days. I was back in 4 days.
Yeah, but you did the show from home for
Yeah.
like 2 weeks.
But I
He can't
still
play
was here. It doesn't matter where here is as long as I'm
He
here.
can't
I
play
was here.
football from home though, John.
And it is still AM radio.
Unless he plays NCAA 26.
It is still AM radio.
yeah.
Wow, the bone was sticking out. Which finger was it?
I don't know.
I get. Well, they'll have a big old wrap around it.
Yeah.
Is it
You won't be
spooky
able to
seeing
tell.
your bone?
Well, see,
Whole
that's the thing. I
question.
didn't see it because it was here.
Oh.
I don't think spooky is the word I would use. I would use vomit inducing.
You wouldn't be spooked
Which
if you
is
saw
why,
your bone?
No,
which is
I
why I
think
wasn't a
I'd
big
full-
fan of when I saw it when it first happened, and that's the last time I saw it.
Charles says, speaking of, does anyone know when the McRib is coming back? Good stuff. Good job by you, Charles. Good job by you, Charles.
We got a poll question up for you today
Do we?
on the J-Tech
Do
Construction
you hate
Zone.
football and want it to end? Is that the poll question?
But it's a question that kind of
You're right. Bring back college baseball.
Should the Cowboys trade for Max Crosby? Is that the poll question?
Is he related to Bing?
No.
how
Don't believe
much trust can be gained back with a solid week and a win over Northwestern.
I mean,
How much trust can be gained back? Your options are most of the trust gained back,
Don't vote that.
a little trust,
Sure.
no change, or ask me after USC.
Ooh, not a bad
but
idea.
John, they're playing harder because of finger bone.
Yes, John.
Well, maybe they are.
Mm.
Maybe they are. But right now, and I'll hit the old retweet button
Oh, awesome.
from the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page. Right now, 35% say a little trust can be gained back. 33%, though, say ask me after USC.
Not a bad idea.
20% say no change. The 12% said most of the trust can be gained back by beating Northwestern.
Who are these homers?
I don't know.
That's pretty wild to me, John.
I would guess they are people who didn't
Homer.
lose a lot of trust
Homer.
to begin with.
Yeah,
I
I
mean, I
guess-
guess the question does presuppose that a decent chunk of trust was lost on Friday.
Yeah.
So I would assume that some of those folks were like that.
Mm-hmm. I just saw the name of our next guest.
Oh, boy. It's Northwestern week,
Uh-huh.
Incredible.
which means, oh, are we going to hear it?
Uh-huh. We definitely are.
And we have a World Series.
Yeah.
It is legally a World Series.
Legally.
It's actually more of a World Series than normal because more of the world's countries
Yeah.
are represented.
This is what my idea of a World Series ideally is.
Yeah. 2 times
For
more
those
the
of us
world
who
are-
were around in the early 90s to remember, we remember the Blue Jays. in the
Touch them
World
all,
Series.
Joe.
And I can't believe I woke up in the middle of that home run.
Woke?
trot.
Wow. That's
I
pretty
did.
wild.
I
John.
was
You love baseball and
I
you were
do.
asleep.
Yeah, but I had a long day.
Where
I
were
was
you in
here in Omaha
2001?
doing stuff at KFAB for the Husker Network.
Oh, don't say those letters.
And I drove home. I turned on game 6 and I fell asleep in like the
KFART.
7th inning.
Mm.
And when I was startled awake by, whatever Sean McDonough said on the call.
Touch
and then
them all,
And I
Joe.
looked up and there's Joe Carter. And I'm like,
Wow.
he used to be one of our guys.
Wow.
All right. Mike Farron will join us next. 1620 The Zone.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
You can't run.
We've been waiting for you.
You can't hide.
Don't you want to play?
Because Scary Acres is back, and we're ready to make you scream. The Master's Castle, House on the Hill, and the Haunted Woods. Scary Acres, Omaha's ultimate haunted attractions. 172nd and Giles.
Open now. Sponsored in part by Spare Time, Raising Cane's, Hy-Vee, Stereo West, Gandalfo's, and Blend.
Are you prepared to face your fears?
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
No witness in front of today because Mike Farron, fan of Northwestern, joins us in the stream today. But notice he's not wearing any Northwestern gear. What do you?
No,
what do you like?
I've got my UW hat on. It was a gift.
That's nice.
Oh, who's a gift from Washington?
The whole state.
Yeah, from a friend on staff there for baseball. So.
Nice.
Whoa.
Nice. That's very nice.
It's cool. It's got the state and it says 206. That's your area code on it. I like that.
Oh, that's fun.
So
I mean, Washington's got more than one area code.
Well, yeah, but Seattle's 206.
Yeah, John. Seattle's 206.
I don't care.
Nobody likes to.
Man, the wrong Seattle team won last night. I wanted the Mariners to win and the Seahawks to lose. The only thing that redeemed last night was watching ESPN. As soon as the game went final, they started panning the crowd for people dressed in Mariners gear.
That was pretty funny.
And it was like, take that, 12s.
Yeah, they were Mike, there was this one fan that they showed at the Seahawks game who literally just went like, with his Mariners jersey on.
Yeah.
That poor fan.
I got a text from my nephew, who's a sophomore at Michigan, who is a big Mariners fan, born and raised in Seattle, who said, I've never been sadder in my entire life. He's like, I'm walking the slowest I possibly could throughout Ann Arbor right now. And all I could think of was it was like George Michael Bluth in Arrested Development, right? Like slowly walking away. Yeah, that was, it wasn't fun, I don't think, for Mariners fans. It's not what you want when you get beat without your best pitcher on the mound.
There's something about baseball, and me, not even as a baseball guy, can appreciate all of the days, all of the hours that you put in, whether it's the actual players and managers and GMs involved, or a fan like Stibbs, of course, who like you watch them hundreds of times. Every day you're involved and you're paying attention, and then it just ends, and you're up with 8 outs to go.
Right.
Like you can very much appreciate the heartbreak of a baseball season coming to a close in a Game 7 like that.
Yeah, it ends so quickly, right? Like unless you go through like a 4-game sweep, like then it's just kind of a Bataan death march, right?
Death march.
But the season is over so fast, and you're right. You dedicate, probably at least from some semblance of spring training at the end of February till whenever your season ends. So that's 8 months out of the year almost that you're locked in on it. And when it's over, it stinks. And, for Mariners fans, I mean, they're the only franchise that's never been to the World Series.
Right.
They're the longest, I think it's the longest string without reaching the championship round in any of the 4 major professional sports leagues from when a franchise was founded. Like they have, John and I remember, we're old enough to remember that the first 15 years of their existence, they didn't even have a winning season, right? Like they were a moribund franchise.
There was nothing about them.
I wouldn't say nothing. I mean, Alvin Davis and Phil Bradley and Mark Langston were good players, but they just didn't have enough of those guys.
What I'm saying is they just, they didn't resonate anywhere, right? Even their stars, the one person I remember is Gaylord Perry. And that's not even the best team or the most famous team he played for, but it was just like, that's it. That's all they had.
Lenny Randall blowing a ball foul, right? Like remember those things, right?
Yes,
like those are the things you remember about the early days of the Mariners. So, it's majorly disappointing. You get that close, you feel like this is your year. Now, in fairness, Blue Jays fans felt the same way, that this was their year, and it still is. And George Springer with one monster swing changed that around. I mean, from heartbreak to jubilation in the matter of moments. And Yeah, it should be a fun World Series with them and the Dodgers.
You alluded to it at the beginning, the Mariners' usage of their bullpen. How puzzled were you in the moment?
I don't think puzzled is the right word to use. I kind of figured that that's the way Dan Wilson was going to go because he'd kind of signaled it to the broadcasters, right? They said that they were going to use Munoz for the 8th and the 9th. And as soon as you got to that 7th inning and there was any lick of trouble, it was Spire and Bizzardo that were up. It wasn't Anthony Munoz, or Andres Munoz, excuse me, not Anthony Munoz. That would be a really neat trick.
Ooh, that would be
Hall
cool.
of Fame offensive lineman back there. But there was no to me, that wasn't a surprise. It was the wrong move. I think from a process standpoint, right? Like Munoz gave up 2 home runs all year, right? He probably isn't going to give up a home run, but he might have given up a base hit to tie the game. It's still like you put yourself in a position where you went down without your best pitcher on the mound. And it's not like Munoz was going to be asked to finish the game, but get the 2 outs there in the next 3, and you feel pretty good about your chances. Now, again, it's all about process and not results. But I thought the thing that was even more perplexing was, with Leo Rivas in the lineup. Rivas is not a great offensive player. I know he had the huge hit in the division series and had a huge home run for them late in the year, but he was in the minor leagues for 9 years for a reason. He wasn't a great offensive player. And by moving him from DH to second base, they may have improved their defense, but the way their roster was constructed, their bench was 2 backup catchers, Miles Mastrobuoni, who, John, I know you're very familiar with.
Huge fan.
And Dominic Canzone. And so they basically trapped themselves into having Rivas take 4 plate appearances because they didn't have another option, or they would have had to burn the DH. And that, to me, I think was the bigger issue, was just building a lineup without recognizing that. I was thinking back the difference between the pro and the college game. I've been thinking a lot about that this week with the rumors about Tony Vitello and the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that college coaches, I think in part because the season is a third as long, really understand is leverage. In college, if there had been second and third, 1 out in the 2nd inning and Rivas' spot was coming up, he would be pinch hit for, in that spot, right? Especially if he was the DH. You'd never see that in the big leagues. I don't think that they would have done it if he was the DH there, but that spot probably would have been a placeholder until you saw what the matchup was going to be. So I really felt like the lineup construction was a bigger issue last night, especially with as little as they've gotten out of the bottom of the lineup, to put a guy who really just has never hit. I know that you have other guys that are struggling, but put him in there and then worry about defense later in the game. I just thought that there were some mistakes that were made before they even got on the field that ended up playing a bigger role. And Rivas' spot came up 4 times and a couple of them in some pretty big spots, including to lead off the 9th. And there's just nothing to it.
Mike, again, looking back to Friday, we did this with you last week. We were talking about Game 5 in the ALDS, looking back to Friday, which was Game 4 of the NLCS. I wonder if you think it's possible to be hyperbolic about what Shohei did, across the board on Friday night in the clincher.
No, I don't think it is. And I think it's here's the thing. It's I saw a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot. There are a few people that are over Shohei, right? And they're they don't like the blowback, or there's blowback on the he's not the greatest and all this stuff. And it's okay, I don't think you understand how uncomfortable it is for people who cover the sport to say that we're watching the greatest player ever. Baseball is such so beholden to its history, right? That you never say that. But what we're seeing is something that's never been done. I mean, the dude punched out 10 in 6 shutout innings against one of the toughest teams to strike out over the course of the season. And then he hit 3 tanks on top of it, including one that went into Willie Stargell territory that cleared the pavilion and right center. That's just not that doesn't happen. And what he did the other night was one of the, if not the single greatest performance in postseason history. Because it's 3 home runs and 10 strikeouts and 6 shutout innings to clinch the pennant. He hadn't done anything in that series, and he won the MVP award just by his performance in Game 4 alone. That's insane. And that's Shohei.
Yeah. I was trying to think of, because I've heard people wondering who, what are the other all-time postseason moments? And the only one that I heard that I thought was maybe a good argument with it was Reggie Jackson and what he did the night, what was that, 77 when he hit 3?
Yeah, 3 homers in the game, and then
and that was the world's
first.
And that was a clincher,
the world's
right?
win the whole
That was a
damn
game
thing.
6 clincher.
Yeah. So I mean, that was, but he had like that was the thing was that he homered in 4 straight at bats, right? So he homered in his last at bat in game 5, and then the 3 in game 6. They have that
I
right?
believe that's correct. Yeah, I believe that's correct because I just watched his. They've got, I think Amazon has a quick documentary on him. I watched.
I mean, like Pablo Sandoval, Albert Pujols in the last 15 years have had 3 homer games in the World Series, and I don't know in terms of individual performances. I don't know that you're going to find that. And that you won the pennant because of one guy. I mean, not like, listen, they were going to win that series anyway, but like they won the game to clinch the pennant because of one performance. Like it's
crazy.
I mean, what he did is insane.
On the Miguel Montero hitting a grand slam in game 1 of the NLDS, it's like a 0.4, but we all can't. It
wasn't quite like the Aroldis Chapman double play, I guess, right? So. I still have never seen. I was in the side room getting ready to do interviews in the field. I've never seen. I'm still not convinced the Cubs won the pennant in 2016. I didn't see it happen.
Oh, it happened. I got the hats and the shirts to prove it.
And then what happened, John?
They don't make hats and shirts for teams that lose the championship.
I mean, they
do. They just send them to foreign countries. That's all.
Yeah.
Yes, I hope all those people in those countries are enjoying their Cleveland Indians. Those are collector's items now. They're collector's items.
That's true.
So I looked this up this morning because I noticed that the Dodgers, this was as of this morning.
Yeah.
Minus 220 favorites to win the World Series. These are the best odds for a favorite. Well, not best, but the biggest favorite since 2019 when Houston was minus 235 to beat Washington. And Washington famously won that series in 7. I kept telling Rob Anderson, noted Brewers fan, that Dodger bullpen's going to blow up. It's going to blow up. And it never blew up. Is the blow up still possibly out there? Is that the avenue?
Is John wish casting?
I have my wish casting. Is this the avenue with which maybe Toronto gets an early lead in this series and then makes it really interesting? The Dodger bullpen still hasn't had that moment yet.
Yeah, and I don't know that you can expect Snell and Yamamoto to throw a game like they did in the first 2 in that series. I mean, think about it. The first 2 games of that series, the Dodgers starters through 17 innings, they didn't have a single plate appearance with men in scoring position while they were on the mound. The starters didn't. And that's 8 shutout innings and 1 hit ball, and then a complete game from Yamamoto. The only runs that were scored were after once Trinan came in, or Sasaki and Trinan came in the 9th in game 1, and Churrio's leadoff home run in game 2. And so I think that there's possibilities. I think this is a different offense. There are a lot of things that Toronto does that are similar to Milwaukee in the way that they control the strike zone. They don't strike out very much, but they also hit for power. They're pretty similar to those Astros offenses from 2017, 2018, 2019, only they don't use a trash can that we know of to signal that they're
that we know of
that they're not using a trash can. I'm pretty sure about that, but
we've grown up now. They're using drones.
I don't think that's the case. I don't know that you're even allowed to fly those in Canadian airspace, so I can't speak to that. But at any rate,
they are drones, free healthcare. I mean, you got to choose Canada.
So anyway, they do some things really well that I think actually match up pretty well with this Dodgers lineup. Or Dodgers pitching staff. So I think it's going to be a little different series because of that. They'll put some runs on the board in a couple of the games. And, I think the Dodgers should still be the favorites, and I think they should be prohibitive favorites, but I don't think this is going to be like a sweep and we're just going to hand the Dodgers the trophy at the end. It's not going to be like the end of Slapshot and come and get your trophy. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So.
No, but I do hope when they do get their trophy that either it's Vlad Jr. or somebody on the Blue Jays basically does what Tanner did at the end of Bad News Bears and says, throws the beer at him and says, "You take your stinking trophy and we'll be back next year." Something like that,
I mean, let's not assume the Dodgers are going to get the trophies. The last time that there were favorites that were minus 235, they lost in 7 games. So
they did. It was a beautiful thing. Okay, so obviously Vlad, who had a huge series, huge ALCS, he's got to click. Springer is the one guy on the roster who's got the postseason experience. Who else, if you had to pick a third guy from the position group that needs to have a good World Series, and then you'll believe that the Blue Jays have it or have a really good shot? Who is that?
I mean, I think that they've got a lot of options for it because I think it's a pretty deep lineup, but I'm really curious to see if Bo Bichette plays, which seems like it's a real possibility. He's been out since the beginning of September with a knee injury. He said last night, "I'll be there." My guess is that he'd be limited to DH, which would actually be the best case scenario for them because he is not a good defender at shortstop, and their infield defense right now is really, really good. So Bichette's a guy that I'm really curious about because I think he's, you're talking about a guy that hit, over 300 this season in a year where there weren't many guys that hit over 300. He finished tied for second in the American League in batting. He uses the whole field. He's got power. He's aggressive. He can change the complexion of that lineup because he's a really good hitter. So I think that to me is the biggest curiosity I have is if Bo Bichette plays, and if he's good, then watch out.
Mike, historically, I want to ask you about the Dodgers because for a while in this era, they were viewed as like, the team that couldn't do it, the team that choked. They lost in the World Series a couple of times.
Those are the days.
They get over the hump, but it happens with the asterisk, right? Oh, it's COVID. It doesn't count. And then they have some other postseason issues, but then they win it last year. They finally get over the hump, and now they're back at it again. Like, I wonder what you think winning a consecutive title does for them historically, as Kershaw is on his way out the door as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, we haven't had a back-to-back World Series champion in 25 years, right? And the last time was 2000. Yankees won in 99 and 2000, right? It was a 98, 99, 2000. So they won 4 and 5 years. And so it's been a long time since it's happened. So if you do win back-to-back championships, I think that certainly is a feather in your cap. This isn't all that dissimilar from that Yankees team that won in 2000, which only won 87 games during the regular season. This Dodger team had very high expectations, but didn't perform up to snuff, in large part because their pitching was hurt for most of the year. And now that it's healthy, it's caused a big problem in the National League playoffs. So, I think there's, listen, the last repeat champion in the National League. Do you know the answer to this, Josh? John might
is
not
it
even.
Because I'm trying to remember.
Is
it the Reds? Did the Reds do it in like the?
That was my first guess.
Was that the early
and 76?
Oh wow!
Yeah, the Big Red Machine.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yep, 7-game series over Boston, and then they swept.
And honestly, Mike, there haven't been a lot of back-to-back National League champions, mainly because
did it twice. Yeah, Phillies went in 08 and 09. And then lost in 09. They won the World Series.
Right, but I'm saying like the Reds who won back-to-back titles.
But you're saying there haven't even been a whole lot of National League back-to-back champs, period.
Correct.
Yeah, because Mike was saying in terms of even making it in back-to-back World Series.
Because you had the Yankees win so many World Series. But I think it's the Braves before that, right? Milwaukee did not win back-to-back, did they?
No, I think they won in 57.
And lost in 58, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to look this up. Because the National League just does not get teams that repeat as the world champion.
The Dodgers may have in the 60s at one point. Because remember, they were there kind of every year with Baltimore and Minnesota and all of that.
Yeah, Baltimore upset them in 66.
But I think, didn't they play Minnesota in like 63 and 64? They lost in 62 to the Giants.
They won in 63 and 65, and the Cards won in between those years.
64, which makes sense because that was the great Phillies collapse. That's the greatest collapse of all time, down with up 7 with 12 to play, and they lost to the Cardinals. So yeah, I mean, you're right. It hasn't happened all that often. So yeah, it's unique. Wow. And we've talked about the difficulty of baseball's playoffs before, right? I think this speaks to it. So there is a little bit of history if the Dodgers do it, and I think they'll be viewed as such. And I mean, this is a pretty incredible run where they've been to the World Series, 17, 18, 20, 24, and 25, right? Like that's a lot of World Series appearances. Yeah.
By the way, if I looked at this page correctly, the last National League champ to do back-to-back before
the Reds
was the Giants in 21 and 22.
Yep.
Oh my god!
And the one before that was
the Cubs
in 07-08.
So this would only be the fourth National League ball club to get back-to-back titles since 1900.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's bonkers.
Well, 1903.
1903
when the World Series started.
Whoa, that is nuts. Meanwhile, then you scroll and you see a lot of Yankees stuff in
Well,
there.
but it wasn't just the Yankees. You had
Blue
the
Jays.
A's, you had the Blue Jays, you had who else went back-to-back in the American League? Is that it? That might be it, actually.
And none of the Red Sox.
the
teams
A's
did
had
receive-
three straight, right?
Yeah, the A's had 3 straight. The Philadelphia A's had 2 straight back in the 20s.
Wow.
And the Red Sox won a couple. Yeah, the American League's got a lot more back-to-back winners than the National League does.
Yeah.
So, it would be a little bit of history.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
All right, we've
else.
been ignoring it the entire time. We got to ask him about the main event. It ain't the World Series. It's Nebraska and Northwestern at 11 a.m. God's time on Saturday.
Mike, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but Nebraska played a game on Friday.
You don't say.
I know you were busy watching Ohtani, basically win the pennant by himself. But
And how'd that one go for the Huskers? I haven't heard much about it. It's amazing to me that we had this conversation last week, right? In the span of 2 weeks, it went from I'm not sure about Matt Rhule. This is my general perception of the Huskers fan base. Now, please correct me if I'm wrong on this because I don't live there. I'm just following.
Oh.
We don't care about Matt Rhule to, oh my God, we might lose into Penn State to who cares if he goes to Penn State?
I think you pretty much nailed it.
Did I hit that?
I think you're pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to point out that I said at the beginning of the season, and as we know, I am the certified Husker expert,
Yes, you
that
are.
they were going to lose a game this year that they shouldn't lose.
And this would have
Minnesota would certainly. Now, my hope was that it was going to be Northwestern. And I will point out that Northwestern's bowl eligible with a win. Right?
That's right. The winner of this game gets bowl eligibility.
Mm-hmm. In October.
Great bowl. Here we come, baby. Woo! Let's go.
I got to admit, Mike, I thought after they lost to Tulane and they just didn't look good, I thought, oh, this is the worst team in the conference.
I saw them in person and they won by a lot of points and they still didn't look very good.
Yeah.
I just don't think they're a very good team, but
here they are.
It doesn't mean as much in the Big Ten, I guess. So, listen, I am not holding out any hope for Northwestern to win.
Whoa.
I don't even know what the number is.
It's 7, and Nebraska has not covered a number against the Power 5 this year.
Well, and they'll play Northwestern. I am excited to see Northwestern run the ball 40 times for 73 yards.
They do like running.
They'll get more than 73.
Maybe he meant carries.
Minnesota, Mike, had about 160 cumulative rushing yards in their previous 3 games and then went for 180 against Nebraska.
We'll see. Go Cats. But yeah, I think I am really entertained because I don't live it every day by this notion that 3 games or 1 game can be a referendum on a college football coach. That's hilarious to me. I think that's so. I still can't believe Penn State fired James Franklin and paid him $50 million to go away because he lost 3 straight games after being in the national semifinals the year before. That's amazing to me, right? Because it's I agree. It just reeks of, it reminds me of the Texan and the Simpsons episode that's firing the guns around, right? It's just every decision in college football is so emotional that nobody actually pays attention to what's going on. That they're just we got to get them out of here. I don't care what it costs.
And Mike, they're inviting venture capitalists to come in and invest. And those people will be thrilled to see how their money is being spent.
So the PE stuff is really, really tricky. And I was actually pretty glad that Michigan's board of directors was this is a bad idea. Every banker we talk to says this is a bad idea because if you want a good explanation of what private equity money does, go watch Goodfellas and watch the portion where they take over control of the bar.
What a reference.
Yes.
What a reference.
That's what, because they're going to get their money out of it. whether you want, and obviously it's all legal, but it's like they're going to get their money out of this regardless of what happens to you. They're maybe the last dollar in, but they're going to be the first dollars out. And I just think it's like, I don't understand why we're doing private equity and higher education. Those two things don't seem to go together.
It shouldn't be legal,
Not to
it?
mention, Mike, that seems like a lot of these schools are doing it to pay their roster or coaching buyouts. And it's like, that is the last place that you should be using this money. You should not be borrowing money to then pay off debts.
Right.
That's not how this works.
And what's the Franklin's buyout isn't like if Mike Norville gets canned at Florida State, right? Which hasn't happened yet, but that's like $50 some odd million.
All up front. Yeah, at least with Franklin, they get to do it over 8 years or whatever.
And I want you to pay attention to how higher education is treating athletics. Like they have no idea what's going on. Remember the way the Pac-12 fell apart, right? Like that they have that was all over terrible decision making, right? The Florida State Clemson lawsuits on the grant of rights for the ACC, where they're like, yeah, we could go to the SEC and the Big Ten, and both conferences were like, whoa, let's not ixnay on the Ig 10 Bay, right? Like, I just don't, I don't think that they have a full grasp of how this works. And maybe some of them it's fair because I don't think anybody knows how this is going to work going forward, right? Because the dollar figures are bigger, like money and power corrupt, right? And so all of that.
It's gonna be crazy, but I'll be on the lookout if Ray Liotta and Joe Pesci are sitting outside Memorial Stadium talking about their dates.
What's the line that the owner has when he said it was a good place? It was a nice place. It's a shame. It's a damn shame. It's a nice place. They're burning it down to get the insurance money.
Well,
that's what's going to happen next. Get ready for Penn State to burn it down to get the insurance money. That's the next stop.
Well, Nebraska needs to burn it down to get the insurance money. They've been the ones trying to get a new stadium project going.
Can I just say, and this is, again, remember, I am your certified Husker expert. I was all over the Scott Frost thing before it happened, right?
Yes,
but Matt Rhule has been a really damn good football coach in a lot of different spots, right? This guy is not the problem. Do they have the players? Maybe, but it's going to take a lot more than 3 years, especially if you don't have NIL to get the players there. And there's a chance the quarterback isn't actually very good.
I can't believe you said that. And we're gonna have to go now.
Am I not allowed to say that out loud?
Is Mike Aaron a Tiffy?
No, Mike. There's a very good chance.
Yeah, you're not.
Not every high Arch Manning. Everybody was all over Arch Manning, right? And he was. Oh, he's gonna be a star. And then he was terrible. And then he had one good week against Oklahoma. What happened to them last week? They nearly lost to Kentucky. They had 8 first downs in that game.
He was terrible.
Kentucky had 3 times as many. Kentucky barely fields a football team. They haven't had a quarterback since the Pillsbury Throw Boy was there.
May he rest in peace.
May he rest in peace.
He was so much fun.
Yeah.
Mike Farron, yeah, I knew he was going to get that.
Bye, Mike.
There you go.
Hey, I'm
Mike
a Northwestern fan. I got it.
I
was
was
disappointed that you guys weren't doing a Dead Red Redemption or whatever the show is called that you were going to have me on as a guest. But
yeah, you can do it with me. I'm hosting it with McMaster.
You're gonna need him because you don't have a call screen.
Yeah, Mike, if you want to join, I'll send you the StreamYard.
Well, let's see. If Northwestern wins, I'll be there the whole time.
All right. Perfect.
Oh,
that'd be pretty funny.
All right. Mike Farron of Sirius XM MLB Radio will be back. And what did Dylan say today?
You mean the mid quarterback that Farron was just talking about?
Bad
quarterback?
I
have some takes I'd like to throw your way about Dylan.
Well, we're going to do that today.
All right.
On 1620 The Zone. So there was a lot today, and we'll certainly recap some of it with Michael Bruntz, who's coming up in just a few moments, as the coordinators and a handful of the players spoke today. Sounds like Rocco Spindler is
Mr. Bones
working to get ready.
chatter.
In fact, that was one of the things that was mentioned by Dylan Raiola.
Among the things that was mentioned today by Dylan
Give me all
Raiola.
your hate.
He said that Spindler didn't look any different. I'm going through Robin Washett's analysis there on 3 today. Didn't look any different practicing through the broken finger.
The bone finger?
Ouch.
Was asked about Rhule's comment on player entitlement.
What did he have to say about that?
Again, I'm just reading from what Robin wrote.
Yeah.
Raiola said it could mean a lot of things, and the team told every truth possible during Nebraska's Sunday meeting that included a players-only meeting.
Now, in all seriousness, let's talk about that. How do we feel about a players-only meeting? It does not have to be a negative thing, but there is a connotation that is usually associated with it of things are going poorly, the players have to rally the troops. Like there have been players-only meetings that have turned franchises and programs around. But God, I do not like when I hear about them. It never makes me feel good.
No,
because there's something that has to cause it to happen in the first place, right?
It's the players' version of the dreaded vote of confidence that you get from a GM or from, at least that's always been my visceral reaction.
I
to
like
it.
that. That's a good way to describe it.
It doesn't have to be that way. It certainly, the dreaded vote of confidence probably has a worse hit rate in terms of I guess it'd actually be a better hit rate in terms of the coach eventually getting axed than a players only meeting. But yeah, it never sits very well with me, but it doesn't have to mean that, things are falling apart. To me, it's still, and it's sticking in my craw even more today than it did yesterday.
The coaches thing?
The having to talk some of your coaches into all of this, because I thought about this from this standpoint. This was the same program that 5 weeks ago, whatever it was, put out a halftime video of Matt Rhule lighting into his team when they were blowing out Akron, saying, we need to make these guys quit. I don't want to see guys preening themselves in the mirror. If you don't like that I'm demanding something of you, there's the door. I mean, they went out of their way to show us that we mean business, that even when we're up 35 or 40 or whatever the score was at halftime of that game, that this is a new day. And then in that same organization, to have coaches inside that organization questioning whether or not Matt Rhule is overplaying his hand in terms of how good he thinks Minnesota is or the danger that Minnesota can present. Do any of these people read Keith Mann's game notes? Do any of these people know the history of Nebraska versus Minnesota? And you might say, well, John, that's not important. They just need to worry about the X's and O's. Well, make it important. And by the way, I'm guessing that as part of Matt Rhule's overarching spiel of, hey, guys, it's Minnesota, be careful. Hey, guys, it's Minnesota, be careful. That somewhere in there, 5 in a row, 8 of the last 11 came up somewhere. Hey, we ain't beating these guys in Minnesota in 10 years. Hey, I went there with some of the guys in this room 2 years ago, and we lost. So
also, their performances in the 2 games beforehand, didn't lead you to think
that's a great point.
They won, and they showed a lot of fortitude and some good mentality. Fourth quarters were really, really good and impressive. But it's not like they wiped the floor with those 2 teams.
Exactly. It's kind of like going back to how Rhule used to explain the Illinois loss last year. We saw pieces of that happening in the Northern Iowa game. Well, you could see pieces of what happened. Now, maybe it's a rather dramatic piece, but you could see pieces of that in those previous 2 games. And yet we still had coaches saying, are you sure we should be talking these guys up to the boys? Are you sure Yes. So it still sticks in my craw. I don't care about human nature. You can't do that. If you're going to preach to me on one hand that the Big Ten is this monolithic, all come to Jesus conference that has all these tough teams, and man, any given Saturday you can lose in this conference. You can't have an attitude permeating through your program that we're just going to walk in there and be who we are, and we're going to roll over these guys.
And Jimmy,
that cannot happen.
Jimmy says, now this turned off. Stop it, John. Our fans thought we did. Our fans thought barely beating or getting by Maryland was the Super Bowl, and that's fine. We're not in the locker room. The job of the coaches and players is to always ignore any of that, the
Correct.
excitement or any of those types of things.
Correct. All right, Michael Brunson is going to join us coming up next. But first, John and Josh here for our good friends at Underdog Fantasy. NFL still rolling, keep rolling, about halfway through the season. But even if you haven't joined Underdog yet, now is the time, because Underdog gives you the opportunity to pick things such as higher or lower on a lot of different player possibilities, including touchdowns, rushing yards, passing yards, receiving yards. You can even do fantasy points, and you can win up to 5,000 times your money. And you can do it in Nebraska. That's right. You can do it in Nebraska with pro games, college games, and a whole lot more. Download the Underdog app today, and we can get you some bonus plays as well.
Not to mention, John, to get those bonus plays, you put in our promo code 1620 the zone. But as I was saying, not to mention, the NBA is also back tonight. Another season in the association. You got a doubleheader. Lakers hosting the Warriors late at night. You got Rockets and the defending champ Thunder tipping off the season. Does SGA go higher or lower than the 32.5 points? KD, you knew that he was with the Rockets. John, you haven't forgotten that he is with Houston. Does KD go higher or lower than 32.5 points? Rebounds and assists combined. You can do that and more right now. Just use our promo code 1620 the zone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Of Nebraska's 24/7 affiliate. 24/7.
They called us for 24/7.
Yeah. That's where I was getting at. Brunsey, how was your heart rate at about 6 p.m. Sunday?
It was high. It was high. Higher than the deficit Denver came back from. It was that was a heck of a game. And I, to my credit, have not been bragging too much to the New York Giants fans in my life. So I know to basically accept the win and move on. And I mean, look at it this way. Denver is one really bad special teams call away from basically being the top of the AFC right now.
That's true.
So that's kind of remarkable.
It is kind of remarkable when you think about it. I mean, if they had, they called that leverage penalty, which strangely has not been called the rest of the season, even though I see everyone doing it every week, they're 6-1 and, 2 games up on Kansas City. So
yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that nobody else has been called for it. I've noticed that. I've been laser focused on the leveraging all season now, just to see if it gets called.
As a team who lost a game famously because of a blocked field goal in which leverage happened, I'm a little sensitive to this. So I was.
Brunts, how about your team wearing the cool Horsty uniforms versus my Dallas Cowboys on Sunday? This is a great uniform matchup, and it brings back memories of that Super Bowl in the 70s before both of us were born.
I'm sure you both remember it well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, epic. I'm going to get the Craig Morton jersey out for this week and wear that around. They're going to wear him 3 games, which feels like it's kind of like a gateway drug to maybe doing them all the time, I think, which would be okay.
They should do them all the time. By the way, Brunts, if you ever want to watch it, Super Bowl 12, the full game is on YouTube, all 2+ hours.
I'm not saying this because I'm a Cowboy hater. It's really not a good game. There's so many turnovers.
Oh,
and
classic John.
No, it's a sloppy game.
Is it? God, look at those uniforms, though.
Yeah,
look at that face mask.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll put Super Bowl 12 on our TV. Brunts, right now we've been watching Nebraska, Texas A&M in 2006. Biggest memory from that game for you?
I was actually not even living in the country.
Oh, you were in China?
Oh, so your picture was probably as good as the one we have here.
I was watching that, watching the game track of that, I believe, in a smoky internet cafe. So I didn't actually see it live. But yeah, it turned out well for Nebraska.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. It did indeed.
You weren't kidding, by the way. First play, they did a bunch of motion. They handed off. The guy fumbled it, and then it was a loss of 7 yards. Good job, Cowboys.
Yeah, it was a sloppy game.
Yeah.
All right.
Speaking of sloppy.
So today, the coordinators, the players spoke. Probably one of the bigger revelations that came out was that Dylan Raiola said there was a players-only meeting and that a lot of truths were aired. So when you hear players-only meeting, is that, I mean, it's never usually a good sign, but what were your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's, I guess we're at that point in the season. It's the players only meeting portion of the season. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could kind of look at it 2 ways, and I guess we really won't know until Saturday, but on the one hand, maybe cause for concern that you're having to have those. But also, I guess maybe a good sign that there's still enough buy-in and people are still focused enough to want to tell some truths. I'm curious to know more kind of what those truths were. I mean, I think I have an idea of what they were based on having to watch that game on Friday and getting to watch that game on Friday. But I don't know. I mean, I think it's got to be a question of accountability. And I think that was kind of what Matt Rhule was getting at yesterday, not only for the players. I mean, I think the coaches probably bear some of that as well, but I mean, you go back and rewatch that Minnesota game, and I did. I don't know why, but you had just, the missed tackles. I mean, I'm sure Nebraska's players are probably not coached to attempt to tackle the way they were in that game. There were miscommunications with the blocking. There was just guys flat out getting beat on the offensive line and running backs trying to pick up blitzes. So it really, was one of those losses that was just, complete in its totality. Everybody probably shared a little bit in it. I mean, even Dylan. I mean, he throw the ball away, So I'm guessing that's kind of what it was. But everything this week and all the conversation this week, we're going to find out on Saturday. Whether it was effective and whether kind of where the team's head's at right now. I mean, this is kind of the perfect opponent, I think.
Yep.
To get a little bit of a test of that, of how dialed in you are, because Northwestern is basically Minnesota Part 2. They're going to try to run the ball. They're probably not going to beat themselves much, and they've got a stingy defense. So we're going to find out real fast on Saturday, I think, where Nebraska's head's at after a pretty deep week of soul searching here.
Yeah, Bruns, you mentioned running the ball. Here's what they have done in terms of against power competition: the number of attempts: 37, 42, 42, and 50. And it's not even like their yards per attempt is that good. Like their efficiency is, I don't know, middling is maybe the word that I would use, but they're not afraid to keep running. And just given what we saw against Minnesota, like the tackling and the amount of a step back as that part of Nebraska's game is taken, I think, over the last couple of years. Like maybe it's been there for me because I knew last year I thought they're not as good of a tackling team as they were in 2023. But wow, it really seemed to jump off the screen on Friday night against Minnesota.
It did. I mean, when you look up and you're in the middle of the fourth quarter and you've got 2 tackles for loss, I mean that gives you a pretty good indication of which way the line of scrimmage was moving when the ball was snapped. And even when Nebraska had opportunities to get guys on the ground for tackles for loss and things like that, I mean Minnesota was still falling forward for 2-3 yards. And I mean that's kind of what Northwestern is going to do is they're going to keep with the body blows. I mean, even when they throw the ball, they don't really throw it deep. I mean, it's a lot of short stuff, and kind of right around the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be, one of those kind of phone booth games. I think Nebraska is going to probably have to play more men in the box than they would probably like to. But yeah, I mean, even within this year, I think you've seen Nebraska tackle well at times. I mean, I thought they did okay against Cincinnati. I thought against Michigan State, they tackled pretty well also. But it felt like in both of those games, there were just a lot more guys running to the ball and around the ball than there were, against Michigan or, even against Minnesota. So I think that's going to be the big key is, can Nebraska's front 7 get off blocks and make those kinds of havoc plays that Nebraska just hasn't made the last couple of games. And they don't have a turnover the last 2. They've got to find ways to be more disruptive because, that drive, the 98-yard drive against Minnesota, I mean, you had a couple penalties that extended it, but it was just a, death by 1,000 cuts, slow march down the field. And that's where, tackling has to be better to stop that kind of stuff. You've got to get guys into the backfield and making those kinds of havoc plays.
Michael Bruns joining us from Husker247.com. There's likely not going to be personnel changes based on, Spindler will be back. It sounds like he's going to be back. But beyond that, what can Nebraska do in a short time to at least mitigate the pass rush damage that's being done to them?
Well, I mean, I think in the immediate, I think you probably need Dana to scheme things up a little bit better and help out Dylan a little more. I was surprised, I guess, against Minnesota that you never saw kind of the quick stuff that we saw against Maryland. Like, I actually thought the Maryland game plan, aside from the 3 picks that Dylan threw, is pretty good. I mean, you were running the ball with some kind of regularity and dedication. You're able to find some throws downfield and get the ball out of Dylan's hand quickly. I mean, I think you got to do that kind of stuff this week in the passing game, and also just to kind of dedicate yourself to just running the ball. I think Nebraska can do it. I just don't know that Nebraska's kind of taken the Northwestern and Minnesota approach where you're just going to kind of pound away a little bit until you're able to break some things. So I think in the immediate, that's what you do. Getting better performances out of guys. I mean, that would help. I mean, it just feels like, Nebraska's offense has lacked rhythm, over the last 4 quarters, and you got to find a way to get that, whether it's more of the running game or, some of the short, quick stuff. I've just been, it's felt a little bit predictable at times. And I think that's a big problem when you don't have a mobile quarterback that can make a ton of plays off schedule. I mean, Dylan's done a good job of doing what he can, but, there were 9 sacks in that game, and there probably should have been more than what Minnesota ended up having.
Dane has already said once before at one of his press outings, yeah, we got to get the ball to Emmett. He's got the hot hand. And he reiterated a little bit of that today, saying he needs to establish the run. But now the questions, because of what's happened in the last 3 games, also extend to Ja'Cory Barney and Dane Key. I mean, why does that keep happening? And was there any recommitment to getting the ball in the hands of those guys?
Yeah, well, he kind of said as an aside today that Barney was, the first option on about 4 or 5 routes against Minnesota that didn't go where they were supposed to go. And so I don't know if you force feed him differently. I mean, I think the Dane Key thing has been kind of the most surprising thing to me. I mean, he's blocked well enough on the outside, but he's just been a complete non-factor and he had some opportunities against Minnesota, but Nebraska didn't take advantage of it. I mean, you have to find kind of the balance of getting the ball to them, on the outside and in space with just how long you can block for. And I think you probably do have to prioritize getting the ball to Barney. I've been a little surprised too with him that he hasn't been more involved in the running game this year. You just really haven't seen a lot of the jet sweep stuff that we've seen with him in the past, or that kind of short, shallow stuff in the passing game. I mean, it's like, give me some mesh, like show me some mesh. That doesn't seem like a big ask, because I think you could have some success there with him. So, we'll see. But I think you guys got to get a little bit more creative with, getting those guys the ball and finding opportunities to take advantage of what they can do to help maybe create big plays.
Bruns, last one for me. This week's conversation regarding Matt Rhule and a certain job that's open has been a lot quieter. That said, your colleagues at the Penn State 24/7 had a report last night that wrote there is sustained support from multiple Board of Trustees members to hire Matt Rhule. And this is, of course, in response to the performance on Friday. For anyone who thought that like the loss would suddenly take his name off the list, or even another disappointing loss or two, is that just not going to be the case, you think, because of the relationship that Kraft and Rhule have? Or does there become a point where they go, Nebraska could go a bit too far down the negative side where they would have to say, okay, we can't actually be interested in this anymore?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like with the Board of Trustees stuff, it's also like, well, who's backing him? You know what I mean? Because they're, you've got I think the owner of the Bills is kind of the big money guy, or one of the big money guys there, who kind of has his different approach to, I think, is Brady, that he wants to see maybe get involved there. But I think for Matt Rhule in Nebraska, I mean, if you really limp into the finish line, that becomes a tougher sell in spite of the connections, I think. Like, especially kind of what you moved on from in James Franklin. I think that has to be part of the conversation. I mean, if Nebraska limps in at 7-5, I mean, it is that just feels like a really tough sell when you spent that much money to make a change there. So maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, I mean, the reports there are that he's very much firmly in the mix. And it also kind of comes down to if Penn State kind of has their list of preferred candidates, where does Matt Rhule fall in that pecking order? I mean, I do wonder, with as many jobs as are going to be open and already are open, what the list of potential candidates is going to look like for everybody. I mean, everybody can't hire Lane Kiffin.
Nope.
So, I think that's got to be a little bit of the conversation too, because the the funny thing is when you fire a coach mid-season, I think the wish list that maybe you have in week 6 or 7 has a tendency to dwindle by the time November rolls around a little bit. So, he's always going to be in the conversation there. I just, if Nebraska doesn't kind of get it together and turn things around here, I just think it makes a much tougher sell for people at Penn State if they ever got to that point.
Michael Bruntz, Husker247.com. Bruntsy, thank you very much. We'll see you up in the press box on Saturday.
11 a.m.
Yes. Yes.
Bye, Bruntz.
See you guys.
Michael Bruntz joins us every Tuesday. All right, coming up next, the family Raiola. There's a lot of things to unpack here.
I have some opinions.
We also have a K-Ford stock update, a super hot take market. Steve Sipple.
Whoa. One of our listeners called out Mr. Sipple in the YouTube chat earlier.
Well, maybe we can address that with Sip.
I took a screenshot of it because there are too many comments right now to scroll.
We can invite you, if you go to 1620thezone.com and win our Blur tailgate party to 1620 the pregame, who will be live from Lincoln at the Blur Events tailgate starting at 8:30 this Saturday. You can win 2 tickets to the Ultimate Blur tailgate party. Just go to 1620thezone.com and register. Back after this on The Zone. We are roughly halfway through our 4-quarter pick'em contest, and one of the best ways to get your games early, in fact, the way to get your games early and give you the best chance of winning, is by signing up for 1620 the email. You can do that on our website, 1620thezone.com, because 1620 the email listeners or members get 1 day early access to the games, and the tiebreaker in case of a tie is which entry was received first.
And that tiebreaker has come into play a few times already.
Many, many times. The family Raiola, an important family indeed. Lots of ties going back to the late 90s, early 2000s. And now involves a starting quarterback, a committed quarterback, an offensive line coach. And of course, it's been the offensive line that has been arguably the biggest disappointment on this year's team, especially given the preseason hype.
Our bad. We apologize.
I hope others are apologizing too. Those who probably know better than we do.
Yeah, the people in the room.
This is, yes, Matt Rhule and others are right. Not all sacks are created equal. Not all sacks fall directly or solely on the shoulders of the offensive line. But if I had to put an equation, I'd say it's about 60 to 70% of the battle. Because literally that's their job.
It's the first line. It's literally the first line of defense, right?
It's their job. Now, sometimes you get overwhelmed by a great blitz call or a zone blitz or a stunt.
A ballroom blitz.
But that is the first line of defense. You wouldn't have problems of quarterbacks maybe being a little bit jumpy or holding the ball too long if there wasn't a pre-existing problem to begin with. And that pre-existing problem is the inability to protect the quarterback. So while, yes, you can spread blame out. Some sacks can be blamed on the quarterback. But the offensive line is the first line of defense. And it has been awful. I mean, 9 sacks to a team that had 14 sacks coming in 6 games. That's astounding. Astounding.
I was going to say unforgivable.
And let's face it, the run game's been good. A lot of it's been Emmett. But if you would have spelled out some of the things that have happened this season at the beginning of the season, juxtaposed with how the offensive line was being talked about. I mean, and remember the first sign of weakness, the first signs of real cracks in the dam was the tackle performance against Michigan. I can remember all the conversation at the beginning of the season. Man, look at they got Prohaska and Spindler, or not Spindler, I'm sorry, Prohaska and Pritchett. They've got Gatula, who's got game experience. People were talking up Tyler Knack as if he was going to, see some possible time. I distinctly remember conversation about, hey, don't forget about Tyler Knack. He might be. We've gone from having 4 tackles to having none tackles. It seems like. I know it's an over-exaggeration, but last year, almost at this time, a very difficult conversation was had and a very difficult decision was made. And one of the, I guess you could call it drawbacks of that decision is it shows that there is precedent. That when you're backed up against the wall and you see something that needs to be changed, whether it's in the lineup or in the coaching ranks, this coach has now shown the willingness to do it.
Yeah, the way that I described it, the way that I would describe it, is that last year, following the UCLA loss, which I have made the comp that's what this was. This wasn't the Indiana loss, even though I know it was game number 7. It was more the UCLA loss because of just how bad it looked. It was a moment. And he looked that moment square in the eye, and he made a decision that we've never seen before. Not only did he demote a guy, which has happened 100 times, if not more, in the recent history, if not complete and total history of football and college football in particular, but he brought in a complete and utter outsider to call the plays. Now, whether that's worked out swimmingly or not, that's not what this is about, but he had a moment and he answered it. I thought he did, at least. He made multiple changes in the time frame of 1 week. And I look at this moment that they sit in as a similar one, at least in terms of how they respond. And I mean, maybe this is something that should be on the table, though I don't think it will be, right? And so sometimes it's hard to have these discussions because I think that there is an answer that needs to be had, a decision that needs to be made. I don't think that decision will be made today. And so I'm almost grading it on a curve moving forward. But
at some point, assuming that a radical it would be a radical shift in the other direction if Nebraska somehow fixed their leaky pass protecting issues.
Yeah.
Barring that, I'm not even necessarily advocating that it has to be a 1-for-1. Hey, we made a midseason change, we're going to make another midseason change. But assuming that status quo remains the quo, the conversation about Uncle Don is going to only get louder. And it is a difficult decision because while you may have been compromised,
is it?
While you may have been compromised by making an adjustment with offensive coordinator and demoting a friend, this is a whole different level of being compromised.
He just for the people in the back, he's compromised because his nephew is the quarterback. His brother is his name is on the stadium,
and his other nephew is in the committed spot. So,
man, and you can't worry about that.
You can't worry about that.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't
worry about that.
You know what,
but
man?
It probably. But I'm guessing that makes it possible for this to be a more difficult decision.
But should it? And that's the question, right? Like, you and I haven't had this discussion. Should that play a part? Should the fact that the quarterback is his nephew? Should a future commit that I honestly had forgotten, it just kind of slipped my mind for a moment? Should it? Because I definitely would say this, at least about Dayton, who cares? Like, that's future quarterback stuff so rarely plays out like you expect it to. So I wouldn't even care about that. Should that matter? Should he? Because I would say this too. He is not infallible as a quarterback. His performance to this point has not been perfect. It's fine. It's solid. He can be a good quarterback. He can make throws. He does and has made throws that I've never seen a player wearing Nebraska's scarlet and cream make. He also has horrific pocket presence at times. And when he throws interceptions, it's almost like you've never seen an interception that is that bad before. So, like, we are not talking about Justin Fields at Ohio State. We're not talking about Julian Sayin right now at Ohio State. We're not talking about Fernando Mendoza. And so that's why, like, when some people are like, yeah, but if you fire him, you could lose Dylan. I say, okay, like, if that's what is going to happen, fine.
Well,
you have him for one more year, and that's it anyway. You got to make the decision for the future of the program.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put it on the list, but is there a world where they have him for 5 more games? Do you really want to stake your claim for the future of your program to a guy that might have another year, perhaps 2 more? Like, that's what the future of the program is going to be based on? Like, don't you feel like that's a little bit of a, forest and trees, man?
But when you hear Rhule talk about the future like you did last week on Pat McAfee, Dylan's name came up. Dylan's name always comes up in conversations about the present and the future. So,
Katie says there appears to be a lack of discussion about how Dillon held the ball 3+ seconds multiple times. Not here, man. I'm happy to talk about that.
Of course.
I'm happy to talk about the
We're not saying that there aren't other factors. I went on a long rant yesterday about how the play calling was negligent and had a role in the pass protection issues. But it all starts up front.
Yeah.
And this is a bad pass protecting offensive line. I don't know how else to say it. It's not good at that job. And that reflects poorly on its coaching.
And development and recruiting and everything. A tweet from Michael.
I mean, certainly, Josh, and I don't know if this necessarily only falls on Donovan Raiola's shoulders, but now we've gone 2 years in a row where a high-priced offensive line acquisition has not panned out very well. It has not met the investment put in. Last year you had Mazuka, and this year you have Pritchett. That's 2 years in a row.
Yeah. And that you need those guys. Because, one of the things,
you needed them.
And look, this isn't me picking on Mitch, but when we had him on yesterday, one of the words that he used was fine. He was like, look, he's been fine on the interior. And it's like, man, that's not what you want, though. Fine after 4 years, man.
We weren't expecting fine. We were expecting good.
You can't, and I don't want to be the typical can't win in the Big Ten without X, Y, and Z. But, dude, you can't win in football without putting a priority on lines. And you certainly cannot win at a high level by being fine. This is year 4 for him. We have seen a new special teams guy. You heard the call yesterday from Greg in Myrtle Beach. That group was awful on special teams, terrible on special teams. Overnight, it has changed. And I know that he has gotten to do something. In special teams, there's something different, right? You can bring in a new kicker and a new punter. And in the case of what Nebraska also needed, a new snapper. And those 3 things are kind of quick fixes that there aren't comps on the offensive line because it costs more. A left tackle costs more than a punter, right? We all know that. I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't. But to see that unit in the other areas go from bad. You know who sometimes caught punts last year? Ja'Cory Barney. You know who didn't have the lanes that he had last year? Ja'Cory Barney. And to see them flip everything within the span of 3 games.
Put it on its head. 4
games, and it's year 4, and we're saying a guy is fine, And supposedly they win recruiting battles. Go look up and down the roster. Go look at Grant Brix's recruiting profile. Where's Grant Brix? Why has he been unable to develop to this level? Some of it's on the person, right? It's on him. I don't mean to call out Grant Brix, but he's a player we never talk about, which is wild because they beat out schools for that guy. And it doesn't matter. Michael tweets in, I sincerely appreciate the conversation you guys are having. One thing I haven't heard talked about is development. After 3 years, we can't lose 2 linemen and survive. Where are we as a program? Bingo. Year 4, man. Year 4. It is okay.
Yeah, this is not this predates Rhule.
And that's why, when I say if it's about Dillon, then move on from the whole experience. Because one quarterback, he is not a quarterback that is going to change Nebraska football for the better moving forward. Tommy Frazier.
It's impossible to change when you can't get protection.
And that's why, and I'm not saying run the guy out of town, get rid of him. I don't care. It's more if you need a coach to keep him, you have to ask, is that player worth what we're talking about? And the answer is no. So if you have to lose your quarterback now to get a better offensive line, I would rather have the better offensive line.
I would. And again, this is all supposing that this is a change that needs to be made, but it has to be in a conversation.
If it's not,
then what are we doing here? When you have something that is underperforming like this group is, you do have to wonder what it is they're getting out of their coaching. It is a conversation. It must be a conversation. You don't have to come to the necessary conclusion that it's done, but you also can't be roadblocked into saying, well, it can't be done because then X, Y, and Z will happen. It has been said many times by Matt Rhule. He said it last week. We're preparing Dillon for the NFL. Do you know who doesn't care? Do you know who doesn't care about what relationships you might have and whether or not this person is a coach and if they're related to the NFL? Sometimes you make hard decisions. Sometimes you have to make very hard personal decisions. That's the nature of the beast.
And he made it last year. Like you said, a friend of his. He demoted a friend of his.
Right. And again, I'm not making the argument that it needs to happen right now or next week. But I'm saying if the status quo continues, and we got 5 games, minimum, 5 games to see how it changes from here forward. But we've also got 5 Power 4 games in the rearview mirror that are telling me that we have a major problem.
I just don't know. I don't know how you see what has happened against those power opponents that you mentioned and not think that it's going to be a problem. Like, look, we joked about it in the crossover with Happer. Maybe it's not as bad as we think, or it's as good as he thinks. It's somewhere in the middle. But I just keep seeing this problem week after week, and it is obviously not going away. It's not going away because the linemen aren't good enough, and it's not going away because the quarterback's pocket presence is also not good enough. And so, like, I don't care whose fault it is. Like, I don't need to blame anybody. I just know that it's a problem. 9 sacks, John, is a joke number.
It's a joke.
It's a pretend number.
It
They
is.
do not have Adamik Sue on that defensive line. I'm not watching Micah Parsons play for the Gophers. It's a bunch of guys that people had never heard the names of, and 9 out of 10 drives that they had the ball on offense, he was on the ground, including the last one for some reason. Like, what are we doing? What are we watching? That is an impossibility. And so to see it against Michigan, I could chalk that up. Michigan's good. Michigan recruits well. Michigan has won a national championship.
It also happened
race
against
here.
Michigan State. It also happened against Cincinnati.
Bingo. And now it happens against Minnesota. Like, are you kidding me?
I mean,
what's Iowa going to do?
They're trending. They are trending.
Oh, they have trended.
They are trending. Or trended.
This is who they are. Once is a happening, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a trend. I got you. BJ is on line 2. If you want to go to
brought
BJ.
it up on your...
Yeah. Nick hooked this up in the
I see. I see. Hello,
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey,
Good,
BJ.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Josh, I absolutely agree with you, and I think John's kind of on the same page. But to me, if we have to fire Donnie Raiola, and Dylan's gonna go running to Miami or Texas A&M or whomever, whatever Adidas school for his brand he's gonna go to. Oh well, that's all I have to say, because this isn't good enough, and this is on Matt Rhule. Matt Rhule decided to retain Donnie, and whether it was to try to lure Dylan here or whatever, it's just not. It's not working. Wake up, people. Love the show. Love you guys. Hey, thanks. I'll listen.
Thank you, BJ.
And listen, I'll be the first to say I thought the line was better last year.
Me too.
Which was part of the reason why I was bullish on this year. But if we can't even agree on the conversation that the line has grossly underachieved, then we can't have the conversation.
If we did hits, misses, and guys, which is a segment for the old heads, they'll remember, where we would look at the recruiting rankings and we graded them, and if they're a hit, all conference caliber, a miss, which is either they left, they transferred, they got kicked off the team, or they just never really contributed, or a guy, which is a serviceable starts, but never anything special. We never graded it on a curve, right? Like, we did look at 4 stars. You want them to be better, but we never did that. But offensive line, pound for pound, they have recruited that position, at least star-wise, as well as any position group on the roster for years now. This is not a Rhule problem. This is not a Scott Frost problem. This has been a Nebraska problem. And so to see that group continually not get developed like it needs to, given that football starts at the line of scrimmage, and we see what a good or a great offensive line can do, we are now seeing what a poor offensive line can do. Maybe Dylan Raiola could have been, not to speak of him like he is not at the program anymore, but he could have been a better quarterback. I don't know if we're ever going to know, though. He will not reach his potential at Nebraska, certainly, if he is unable to have any sort of protection that allows him to figure some of those things out. Like, it's reaching a point now where I wonder if that is almost too far gone, that his eyes now are going to be so far down instead of up because he is so worried about the players. And his pocket presence, again, is already a problem to begin with.
Here is
Jim.
Hi, Jim. You're on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, 1620 The Zone.
Hey, guys, love your show.
Thank you, Jim.
The word that you need is aggression. We have an offensive line that is not aggressive. Time after time, Gatula, the guy who was rushing him was bull rushing him because he was getting his pads lower than Gatula's. Gatula needs to go right after him because he was getting knocked back into Raiola, maybe 5 or 6 times. I think he probably gave up 4 or 5 sacks. That's what I've got to say, guys. Love your show.
Appreciate it. I don't. Aggression's not the right word because by its nature, pass blocking is a passive form of blocking. But it's about technique. It's about what you're being taught, right? It is about being physical and doing the right things. It's about hand placement. It's a lot of technique.
You're literally on your heels, right?
I wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. By nature, it's a more passive form of football.
Not just because they're passing.
But there's a lot of technique issues. There's a lot of communication issues. There's a lot of, not knowing which way you're supposed to go issues. It's all of a sudden Tyler Kanak, who was on the tackle, now has moved inside to guard. They brought him in, and he had a couple of whiffs that were pretty bad on film.
Mm-hmm.
But that was another thing we were told was, hey, we got interchangeable parts. We got guys that can move inside and out. I didn't see that on Friday.
No.
I did not see that on Friday. But certainly, if the conversation can't be had, then I really don't know what we're doing here. And it doesn't have to end with the end, but the conversation does need to be had because this group has grossly underachieved.
Well, I would ask you this. Does the conversation need to be had or does a decision need to be made? Like, I don't even know if I want to talk about it anymore. I'm not saying you and me, but I don't think it's that. I think it's they have to do something different. And again, if it costs you the quarterback, it costs you the quarterback. One player cannot make a football team. This is a program. This isn't the NFL. We're not talking about Mahomes, It is not that type of a situation. He's going to be gone in X number of years anyway, because unless he's Diego Pavia suing the Supreme Court for more years, he's not going to get him, and he's going to move on with his life. And so to make any sort of a decision based on him or, God forbid, his younger brother who doesn't have an offer list to write home about, then, that is a dereliction of duty. That is making a mistake. That is, again, it's not seeing the forest through the trees is what it is.
402-951-1620. When we come back, we'll do a K-Ford stock update.
Yes, let's go. I love this segment. Screw the haters. The haters might like this because it's going to be bad information for them. It's going to tell them Nebraska sucks.
No, then they're going to be upset because you said Nebraska sucks.
Nah, those people are going to be cool with it.
All right. Well, next on 1620 The Zone. All I know is a first-round draft pick in a Husker fantasy draft would not be on a team that blows a 21-7 lead.
Well, let's see if they blow this lead or if they come back and win, John. Let's find out,
Well, I mean, the
shall we?
lead's already been blown, Josh. It's 27-21 A&M, only 6:50 to go. There's no chance.
Rats.
No chance they come back.
Rats.
Time to look at our good friend K Ford.
Oh, K Ford, I love you.
The good news is Nebraska's still inside his top 30. They slipped a few spots.
Penn State's at number 20. Is the computer broken?
Penn State is still at number 20.
Maybe the computer still thinks that Matt Rhule is going to jump over there.
Maybe he is, Nick.
The good news is, I mean, Nebraska still has 3 opponents there, 3 quality wins possible.
There you go.
USC at number 10, Penn State at number 20, Iowa at number 22. Now, we're starting to see, as I will describe here in a moment.
What's that?
Because all of these, usually a lot of these metrics, whether it's this one or Bill Conley and others,
SP plus,
they still carry a level of preseason figures into the equation until we get past halfway. But once we get past halfway, we start to see more of what they've actually done, because in football, there's only a limited number of data points.
As we talked about with Farron earlier, he mentioned they fired a coach over, 3 games. James Franklin, at Penn State, coached about as many games as there are in a regular season of Major League Baseball,
Correct.
Like that when you think about it from that perspective.
Yeah. So here is the latest. Nebraska's win total is down to 7.7. That's a drop of 0.9, which basically puts all the gains made this season were erased in 1 week, because Nebraska's preseason win total on K Ford was 7.5. It's now 7.7.
Hey, you can't win them all.
The chances of winning 10 games, in other words, sweeping the slate.
Yeah, what's that number?
3%.
Yeah,
that's down from 20% last week.
That ain't happening.
The chance of winning 9 games has fallen 32%. It was north of 50% last week. It's now 21%.
Sad.
The game, now, interestingly enough, the game probabilities, the win probabilities,
barely changed.
They didn't change it as much as I thought they would. Northwestern only dropped by 3 points.
Yeah, go lose that game.
Now, SC did drop by 7. It's down to 32%
and they
chance
didn't
of
even
beating
play
SC.
well. They lost to Notre Dame.
UCLA, actually, it went up by a point.
That doesn't make any sense to me. UCLA won. They're looking good again.
Penn State slipped by 4 points.
Yikes.
To 32, and Iowa slipped 2 more points to 51%. It's almost dead ass 50-50.
There is no way in hell they are beating Iowa on Black Friday. Absolutely 0% chance. No way in hell.
I'm not saying.
Nebraska will outgain them 200 yards to 3, and they will lose 6-4.
I'm not going to say that.
I will say it.
Here.
That's such a Nebraska Iowa score too.
But
5-2.
If you look at Nebraska's special team ranking, this is what I mean.
How about these apples?
A lot of this season, a lot more of this season is now factoring in. Nebraska jumped up 50 spots in the preseason. That shows you how much improvement there has been.
Good coaching, a change in scheme, a
That
change
is
in the
correct.
operation.
That
What
is
happens
correct.
when you fire a friend?
That is correct. Nebraska is now K Ford's 12th rated special team.
And I said that obviously with a healthy amount of tongue in cheek, and that's because I'm mad at some of the other stuff. It is honestly incredible to see what he has done. And it is a little infuriating because it shows what happens when you actually take it seriously. McMaster said that to me at the start of the year. Josh, you're telling me that all they had to do was bring in somebody good and they could do this? Like, it does make you mad at the last few years or at about the bad position groups that we're still seeing on this roster. That's what it takes. Bring in good coaches. Like, duh, who knew? Why doesn't this program do that at every spot instead of just a couple here and there?
The projected Big Ten standings, Nebraska's now projected with the 10th most wins, 4.7. And if you look at all the opponents they have,
mid-boys,
USC, 5th, Iowa, 6th. And then the 3 opponents, Northwestern, UCLA, and Penn State, are the next 3 teams right behind Nebraska.
You want to show
So if you want another chance
You're
to
gonna get 'em.
escape the Big Ten mid.
You're going to get them.
Because Nebraska right now is the middiest of the Big Ten mid. Now, the problem was Nebraska was ahead of Minnesota last week, and we all know how that.
Going to play a bunch of teams that are like them or in their neighborhood. Let's see what happens.
Just looking at quickly the other power conferences, not a lot of change in the old SEC rankings, but look at Alabama. They got one full game up on Ole Miss in projected conference wins.
Wait a second. This is
SEC projected.
This is last week's because Ole Miss lost to Georgia.
I could have sworn I updated that. I know I'd updated this.
There we go. Yes, because Texas Tech.
Because Texas Tech has a loss now, and look at Cincinnati.
Wow.
Cincinnati, number 3, 6.4 wins, right behind BYU. BYU right behind Texas Tech.
God, Nebraska played them when they did.
And Miami fell. Look at the ACC is a beautiful mess.
How about the fact they've only played 2 ACC games?
I believe that Georgia Tech, Virginia, and SMU don't play each other this year.
And I was going to say, like
there is a
Miami
chance.
could get boxed out of the ACC championship game because of the wonky scheduling. Now, I still think they would make it as an at-large, but they got to run the table now, certainly to do so.
Right.
And they're not going to play anybody above them in the standing. So thus, which wins are they going to have?
So there's a K Ford stock market update.
A great weekly segment that we do on Wednesdays.
Nice.
I love it.
Another segment we do on Wednesdays before we invite Steve Sipple into the conversation.
It's Tuesday, actually, though.
It is Tuesday.
Yeah.
Another thing we do on Tuesday before we invite Steve Sipple into the conversation.
The market.
Is take a trip to the market.
Are there apples at the market? Are there cakes at the market? No, there are takes. Ooh, look at this take. Oh, look at that take. Nick tells us that Tua's going to get fired or something. I don't know what happens.
Not Tua.
Oh, McDaniel. Is he or is he? I can't
Tua
remember.
should get benched.
Which side are you on?
I don't know what side I'm on anymore.
Okay.
We'll be shopping in the hot take market and more next on 1620 The Zone. This week's Zone Deal is for the Woodcliff, voted Omaha's best outdoor patio. Perfect for a romantic dinner for two. Don't miss the Thursday weekly burger special, the Friday fish special, and get two $25 gift vouchers, a $50 value for just $25. Get the details at 1620thezone.com, and we'll be giving away some of these bad boys later this week. Super Hot Take Market. Hot take. Greatness will emerge from the NFL muck.
Whoa, that is a hot take. You're saying it's not going to be a mid-off?
Nope.
We got a mid-off.
I'm doubling down on my hot take from last week.
Which one was that again?
That the Chiefs, if they were to win these next two games, and they've already won one in dominating fashion, look out. Well, the Chiefs are back, folks.
Oh, no, so is this just a Chiefs take?
Nope. There are other contenders. I think the Bills will get their act together. I think the Broncos are in the conversation.
Absolutely not.
Yes, they are.
No, they are.
They got way too much talent. That defense is pretty. I know they struggled last week.
Bo Nix.
Yeah, you see what Bo Nix did at the end of that game?
Sure,
pretty good. So those are my three main candidates from the AFC. And the NFC,
Lions,
the Lions,
Packers,
the Seahawks.
Wow.
And your Los Angeles Rams.
Oh, Homer.
These are the prime candidates
The
to
Rams
rise
are the prime candidates
above,
to
rise above
Rise above.
the rest of the muck. That this isn't going to be a mid-off forever. Okay, who blocked this field goal?
Wasn't it Zach Potter?
Yep.
Zach Potter, number 98,
Zach
baby.
Potter.
What a jump.
That was a good jump. Well timed. So all this harumphing and oh man, nope. We're gonna have we're gonna have at least a couple of teams by the time we get to the playoffs
49ers, maybe,
who are like that team has it.
Okay,
we're gonna get there.
Okay. I don't know if I believe you, but that's a good take. Or I don't know if I can go there, but that's a good take. Hot take, I believe. Society has gotten soft. Now, you might think...
Oh, are you going after the whole no kings thing again?
No, that's what you would do, John. And you might think I could be going
No,
after...
I like the LA Kings.
You might be thinking I'm going after coworkers who don't like where the popcorn machine or copier are these days. But no.
You don't have to always move things.
I'm not talking about those people.
Okay.
John, have you seen what is happening with our friends in Lubbock, Texas? They are banning tortillas from
banning tortillas. How are they going to eat their tacos?
Racist. First of all, racist. Second of all, anti-fun. You know, we have these goofy traditions in college football. They clang bells in Mississippi. Fun, weird.
We're watching Texas A&M.
Texas A&M's a bunch of freakazoids.
They got live dogs on the sidelines.
They have dead dogs in a yard. Like it's a crazy place.
Yeah, they literally just leave them in a yard.
And so in Lubbock,
hey, how come Fido isn't running around?
Look, it's dead. There's flies everywhere. Meanwhile, down in Lubbock, they throw tortillas onto the field. Well, last week, Kansas lied about they threw a pen or a knife at me. And no knife was thrown. It was found on the sidelines by Kansas. And so now they're like, we got to stop doing this. The billionaire boy Cody, oh no, we got to stop doing this. So now fans aren't going to be throwing tortillas anymore.
Just throw tostadas.
Throw tostadas, throw bread. I cannot believe that this is happening. And it's another sign that society is going in the, what do they call it? The Pishadoo or Peekadoo or Pikachu?
Pishadoo.
Yeah, the Pishadoo. That's where we're all going. Leave the copiers and popcorn machines where they're at once you've moved them already and allow them to throw the tortillas into the air.
Don't wear black if it's not one of your colors.
No, that's society being soft if you have that opinion.
I have one.
Oh, here we go.
I could be talked into this one.
Okay.
Max Verstappen will somehow find a way to win the Drivers' Championship this season.
I don't care. It's Thursday. It's Thursday.
He's going to figure out a way to do it. He's already ticked a bunch of boxes on this seemingly impossible list for him to do it. But here he is, still in contention. He can still somehow win this championship, despite both McLaren drivers being ahead of him for now.
John? Is that a hot take or is that a cold take?
Ah! What happened?
We're done. Do you have another one?
I do have one more. Greatness will emerge from the muck of college football.
Wow, it's just two sides of the same coin.
Your candidates? I only have 3.
Ohio State.
Indiana.
Whoa.
And Alabama.
Whoa. The champion will come from one of those 3 teams?
I believe yes.
I would agree with that take. I think that's a fine take.
Yep. We will get
I
a
hope it's
champion.
Indiana. I'm rooting for Indiana.
I hope it's Alabama.
Why? You like Kalen DeBoer? You called him DeBoring. You shouldn't be allowed to root for Alabama.
He's boring because he wins too much.
That's not what you said 3 years ago. I think I would agree with that take. I think if you gave me, Josh, you have to bet $1,000 and you can only pick 3 teams. I think those would be the 3. I might debate Indiana versus like Georgia just because Georgia's so talented. But I think Indiana's a better football team right now. Yeah. I think those are the answers. That's a good take. Hot take I could be talked into. Talked into.
The
John,
popcorn machine should go back to where it was.
No.
John, we could copy and paste the topics that we had from 2017 and the 2020 offseason, minus the whole COVID thing. Change a few names and do a show because it is going to be the same old offseason around here.
Uh-oh.
In terms of what we're discussing.
Oh, no.
I'm
Really?
starting to get worried, John, that we'll be
Really?
doing the same shows again, John. I can be talked into it. I'm worried.
Really?
We talked into it.
Man.
Talked into it. Katie points out the Rams don't even have a division win. Yeah, why didn't you mention the 49ers?
Because
you respect the trash Broncos, but not the 49ers? They're the same thing, but with a better coach.
Because the 49ers are too fragile.
And yet they keep winning games.
Well, I mean, who have they beaten?
The Rams!
But we didn't try.
The Rams!
But we didn't try.
They
we
beat,
played a crappy team.
You know who else they beat?
Crappy game.
They beat one of the other teams you mentioned. They beat the Seahawks in week 1.
When they had their,
on the road.
When they had their actual quarterback.
He's going to be back at some point.
Yeah, and then probably I would put the 49ers in there, but
you
they
hate
are
them.
a Fabergé egg.
That's crazy.
They are.
Who have they
and,
beaten?
and you can't
Two
tell me.
teams you had on your list.
Go ahead. Put money down. CMC will put it on the list.
Whoa,
CMC will not. No, I'm not rooting for it.
injury.
I'm not rooting for it. But CMC is not going to make it to the end of the season without missing games. Spot the lie.
Well,
he's got a terrible injury history, and he's getting used like crazy.
John,
right
your
now.
hot take should have been, I'm rooting for CMC to get injured.
Well, I am rooting for failure for the 49ers. I didn't say that, though. But come
What
on.
are you going to say? CMC will
Come
miss
on,
games? What are you saying? CMC will miss games? What's on the list?
CMC will not make it to the end of the season without missing games.
Okay. Wow.
That's actually, that should be a cold take because that literally happens every year.
Interesting.
God bless him. He's been able to make it to this point. But they really need to do a deep dive into why this keeps happening. It can't just be bad luck.
No, I think it's the thing that works so well for them, their physicality, not to use a word that Jack Mitchell hates, but their physicality, I think can work against them because they obviously must practice really hard. And
bloodbath.
And when you stay healthy, I think that pays off. And when they're healthy, they go to the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship game every year. But too often it has resulted in them getting hurt. And you wonder, let's see what happens with the Lions. But I wonder if we are going to have a similar conversation about them. They are such a physical football team. They play such a tough brand of football that you do wonder if it is too hard on their bodies over the course of a season. You wonder that. I know I do.
Coming up next, Stephen M. Sipple.
Oh, boy. Got to read that comment from the listener earlier who roasted him.
I'm sure he'll have reaction to what we've already talked about today as well.
Fire Donnie.
1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw from your mom. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Man, can you imagine if the Nebraska offensive line of today went back in time 19 years and was protecting for Zach Taylor in this game that we're rewatching?
Oh, my gosh!
Now, Bengal fans would be happy because Zach Taylor would have never made it alive to be their head coach.
They went to a Super Bowl.
They did. They famously did, and they lost to who?
Nobody cares.
Who did they lose to, Josh?
Don't know. Nobody
We can't
cares.
move on until you tell me
The
answer.
Rams,
Thank you.
John. The stupid Rams.
Hello, Sip.
Wow, you guys are lively. How's it going?
Oh, not bad. We've gone and we've decided to rewatch a classic Husker game every day here on the Grum. It just plays in the background, and today we chose 2006 Texas A&M when Nebraska clinched the North Division, and everyone thought that Steve Peterson and Bill Callahan were geniuses.
Wow.
Huh. Yeah, got a vague recollection of that game.
Yeah, Sip, I don't know if you know this. So we do a bit on the show because Husker Max has all of these game capsules, every game in the history of the program, but they have pull quotes from writers. And so we will, when we're bored every now and then in the crossover with Happer, we'll go and we'll read pull quotes. You are often showing up, of course, in these pull quotes. And so we will find out what Steve Sipple thought about, for example, the 2006 Texas A&M game when Nebraska was able to come back and beat them. We get to find out what you thought 20 years ago. How fun is that?
Pretty fun. Was that when they hit Purify?
Oh,
Yep.
Hell yeah, it was, baby.
Would you like to hear your pull quote?
Yeah, what did Sipple say about this game?
Here is Sip's pull quote from the 2006 Texas A&M football game.
Okay.
What an exhilarating moment. Maurice Purify's catch may live for a long time, given the significance of this victory. Also, no way in hell should Nebraska tie its future starting quarterbacks to its offensive line coach.
Wow, very prescient, Sipple. Good job by you.
What's wrong with you?
Nebraska got pumped on a Friday.
Let me tell you what's wrong with me, Sip. So I tried to go Friday spoiler free because I couldn't watch the game live. I was doing a basketball game. And I was spoiled as I'm leaving the building that they had lost, but I didn't know what the score was. So I'm, going to my car going, man, must have lost another close one. But get to my car, look at my phone. Sip, my entire drive home was me yet almost yelling, saying, how, what the hell happened here?
Yeah.
It's still kind of mystifying to me, even though it's very obvious how it happened.
It is. I mean, it is mystifying. I mean, I still don't know how to unpack it completely. Minnesota the recurring thought I have in my head, which is probably flawed, but it's like they got jumped. Like, now I don't know how you got it, how you allowed it to happen. That's the thing. I lose confidence in a lot of people when I think about it. Like, how did you allow that? all of the cliches apply. I don't know how else to talk sometimes, except in cliches.
Yeah.
They got jumped. The Minnesota took the fight to Nebraska. All that applies. They did, and you're hearing that. Now, I thought it in real time. I didn't need to hear it from Matt Rhule or anybody else that Minnesota took the fight to Nebraska. It was informative to hear that Matt Rhule say he was trying to get people to understand this is going to be a tough game. How do you not? I do think a lot of what Rhule said made sense. I do, because I've talked about this entitlement issue many times. We're in a strange place where players are sort of treated like they were in the 90s, and we do it. We're guilty of it.
Yeah.
We're kind of guilty of this fostering this adulation that's never really been earned, and that doesn't occur at Minnesota and Northwestern and those sort of places. But so that, I think, helps explain why Nebraska would go into that game thinking, "Oh, it's just Minnesota." Just Minnesota? Really? They've won 6 straight against you. But those players were not. They don't think like that because they weren't part of the. Most of them weren't part of only a couple of those.
But then, Sip, doesn't that make it even more incumbent upon the leadership to reemphasize how difficult they have been, what they have done, and whether you believe it or not, after watching the tape, that you need to sell, hey, get ready, you're going to be in a dogfight. Because to me, when I heard, it wasn't about the players, because players will do that. Players will look at the uniform. But when the coaches, some of the coaches have to be convinced, that set up a giant red flag to me.
Well, it's odd, right? It's odd. And I don't see the unknown. And you know me well enough. I overthink everything. To what extent was that occurring? We don't know.
Sure.
See, I always have that problem, and I understand it's sort of an issue. But I always say, if I'm not in that building, then how do I know to what extent? What kind of assumptions am I making? I don't I know what Rhule said, but was it just one of his assistants?
That's what I was saying. Sip, was it one guy? Was Rhule over exaggerating? Because sometimes it seems like he does that, and then he didn't.
But then why would you say it?
Why would you say it exactly?
Why would you say it if he didn't believe that, there was a permeating feeling throughout the building that this was the case?
Well, he never did say there's a permeating feeling. Joe.
Well, but he mentioned it, and he was asked about it again, and he reemphasized it. And as I said earlier, this is the same program who put out a video of his halftime speech against Akron talking about, we got to step on their throat. We got to make them not want to schedule us again. We got to do this. We got to do that. So they've been portraying this message of nameless, faceless. They've been saying the message of nameless, faceless, and then it goes 180 degrees counter in the explanation on Monday.
Yeah, and the other part of it that I know it's not good for my radio station, my radio show, or yours, because it's not a sexy cake. But maybe this is just an aberration. They just had a bad game. I mean. It happens. It happens at all levels of sport. It just could have been a bad game. And you don't know till the next game. And there's also that part of college football that we love, where the overreaction is unbelievable to things. It's unbelievable how, and it's not exclusive to Nebraska. The overreaction occurs everywhere. So I don't know. I don't want to allow myself to get too wound up. I saw it. I was there. I saw every play. I know what I was thinking when I saw it. It was, how could this happen? But it did. The third quarter was particularly galling if you're a Nebraska fan.
Yeah.
And then, extending into the fourth quarter, and then that's when I started writing with about 6 minutes left. So I don't even know what happened in the last 6 minutes, but I saw enough of it.
Let me ask you about that. Let's unpack that a little bit more of the, if it could it just be one game, it was just this one performance. And because I've spent basically that over the last 4 days, I've been trying to kind of figure that part out and if that's true. And the thing I guess that I keep coming back to is that while it was one game this year, there is this odd pattern now of the Nebraska reaching 5 wins, playing a team in the next game. In year 1, it was game 9. The last 2 years, it was game 7. And laying various forms of eggs. They went on the road 2 years ago against a team in Michigan State that didn't have their head coach anymore. They lost that one, and that was the beginning of a 4-game losing streak. Indiana last year, good, but also it was the beginning of a 4-game losing streak, and they got run out the building. And then this one where they're a touchdown to a 10-point favorite, depending on where you got the line in a week. And that was the beginning of other bad losses. And so I wonder if you could convince yourself or maybe am I convincing you that maybe it's not just one game, but it's a pattern that we have sadly seen over the last few years.
Maybe, or we're just still watching a program trying to crawl out of mediocrity.
Sure.
I know what we have to do. We have to fill a lot of time and psychoanalyze, try to find patterns. I get it. That's what we do. But and maybe it's just lazy. Now, I think Rhule would say, I can hear him in my ear right now saying that's just a lazy take. But what's the common denominator in all of this? They're just not that where they need to be right now. They don't have they're better. I think they're better. I think they have, we always say, do they have the guys? Yeah, I think they do to be middle of the pack. But there's still ways away. That's what it screams to me when I watch these games sometimes. And keep in mind, I don't think I'm being unreasonable here because Michigan State was a battle. That was hard.
Yeah.
They're probably the second worst team in the Big Ten. Maryland was a battle. You barely pulled that out.
Mm-hmm.
I went down to the field from the press box with 5 minutes left, thinking they're going to lose the game. And when I got down there, when I got down to the field, they're on the 20 of Maryland and poised to win the game. But I went down thinking they're going to win this game. They got to go 83 yards. They never do that. So it's not. I don't think it's unreasonable. Maryland's not very good. I know Matt sells it, and he does a good job of selling that Maryland is a good team. They're not horrible. None of these teams are horrible that I see. But, you would say Michigan State's probably the 17th or 16th best team in the league right now. And Nebraska was all Nebraska could do to win that game at home. So some of it is just, I think that's where the program is. It's not a horrible place to be. John Butler talked about it today, that they know every game is going to be close. It's not the Minnesota game, but I think we have a good handle on why. This game. This is a great example of this game. This game I don't expect to be easy at all.
No.
I just can't see it being easy. So that's Northwestern, and that's the nature of the beast right now. I don't get in too much to overanalyzing it. What I need to do a better job of is figure out why. I think the recruiting element. What's the roster? Is it why are the deficiencies so glaring? That's the thing I can't understand.
Sip, I want to ask you about the offensive line because you wrote in your column today, you said it's somewhat perplexing because Nebraska offensive line coach Donovan Raiola is in his 4th season at the school and he has a group of veteran starters. And I don't know what it was, but your use of perplexing almost was like this, giant word to me where it's like, if we think it's perplexing that they have been unable to make this jump in year 4, doesn't that kind of answer the question on the type of job that Raiola has been able to do as their coach?
Oh yeah. He definitely, it's an indictment right now. And it's not this isn't a 1-game discussion. This goes back to Cincinnati. You give up 3 sacks to Cincinnati, then you give up 7 to Michigan, then you give up 5 to Michigan State. And then it gets really extreme when you give up 9 to Minnesota. Now you're last in the country in sacks allowed, right? And that's not now. I always say when you start, I tell you guys all the time, when it starts getting extreme, when a situation, a stat, something gets extreme in a bad way, that's when you really got to start locking in on, do you have the right leadership? Is the right teaching going on? Because you do have veterans across that front. The youngest guy's a third-year sophomore, Gunner Gatula. So yeah, you don't really have an excuse. You're not playing young guys. You're playing guys that should be developed, and you'd have to say it's not working in a lot of ways. It's working in some ways. They're going to come back. I know. I can just hear them coming back saying, "Wait a second, Emmett Johnson leads the Big Ten in rushing. You don't think it's working?" So I don't know. There's different ways to look at it, but the sack element is extreme. And again, now you're going to hear it's not all the O-line. So, but I see what I see. A lot of it's the O-line.
It certainly is. How difficult is that conversation? Is it or will be if things continue to trend in this direction? That's got to be an extremely difficult conversation. And we saw last year, Matt Rhule made a very difficult choice in the season at the point of when the offense needed a spark.
Well, I don't think it's a new conversation. I mean, again, this isn't necessarily a problem that just cropped up this week.
No.
It's not. I'm of the mind that it doesn't have to be overly difficult. These guys are professionals. I'm not suggesting that it's comfortable or easy, but 9 sacks. What are we talking about? And these guys are. I think that there's a lot of instances I've heard over the years where it's pretty, business, and there's some cold reality that even the people that are struggling understand, and that's maybe where they're at. And now, does it have to be difficult with the Rayolas? I don't think so. The Dominic played in the NFL for 14 years. He understands businesses, the business of the game as much as anybody.
Yeah.
You're not, if there's lack of production in any area, it's going to get looked at, and sometimes you move on, and this is a business now, and that's the way it is. I don't know what's going to happen there. I want to see what happens Saturday.
How did you phrase it, by the way, in your question when you asked about
extreme? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I thought the way you asked it was really good on Friday.
It was.
That's an extreme number.
Yes.
It is an extreme number, and that's when you have to. That's when these conversations just are become inevitable when it's 9, and then when the head coach, that it's 9, and then he says the words, and Dylan escaped 4 or 5.
Really?
That number easily could have been 12. Okay. It was that type of game. Now that's extreme, really extreme, because you're not talking about a lot of plays. You're talking about mid 50s in terms of number of plays. So now you're talking 12 sacks and 55 plays.
It's like 20% of the plays, more than 20% of the plays. He was sacked or could have been sacked.
Yeah, let's put it this way. You can put it this way. That issue largely defined a game.
Yeah, it did.
And that's what I mean. It's very extreme. And now what you do as you go forward, you look at the next team and see what they have coming off the edge. What do they have as edge rushers? What's their pass rush look like? That's what the first thing I looked at with Northwestern. And lo and behold, they have a guy named Kilbane who's good, who's legit. He's 6'4", 275. He's got 4 sacks according to PFF, 23 pressures. He'll be hard to deal with, among other players. That's the one that got my attention first.
But at this point, if I'd have looked at Minnesota's sack numbers last week, I wasn't like eye popped and blown away by it.
Minnesota had 0 sacks in 2 straight games.
Right.
So it's a Nebraska discussion more than the opponent.
It's a Nebraska discussion. Yeah. The opponent certainly can play a major role, but I think it's more of a Nebraska discussion at this point.
100% is, but I think I just think if you have a weakness, you're looking to see what you're dealing with on the other side. And that's the first thing I'm looking at now. But what do they got? What do they got on the edge, and how well do they rush the passer? Because a good player or two could ruin that game if Nebraska keeps playing like it does.
Hey, Sip,
a good rusher, a good pass rusher.
Speaking of overanalyzing, I wanted to ask you what you have made of the availabilities this week. We already talked a bit about what Rhule said about coaches maybe overlooking Minnesota, I guess is my word for it. However that happened, and then today, Dylan mentions that there was a players-only meeting, which always is going to give me the heebie-jeebies. And Butler's answer about the one play, the long run by Darius Taylor, kind of changing what he did, and maybe he let it affect him. Like, I wonder what you have made of the last 2 days. And, it's obviously a team that is searching for answers. We're all going to overreact. Does it sound like they are overreacting too, and maybe how this one is hitting them?
Well, there's different ways to do it. It doesn't always have to be, we're going to have a long practice. We're going to have a long film session. We're going to do things a little different because of the nature of the loss. There's also, you can also just say, we're flushing this and move it on. We don't need to dwell on it. But so I don't know. There's different ways to do it. And Matt chose this way. So much of what he said made sense and resonated with me on Monday, Matt, that it didn't, I don't know. He said a lot. You don't always hear a coach talk like that. As far as Butler, what gives you pause on his comment? So he was responding to a question about Rhule saying that the play calling was vanilla. That Rhule wants, he doesn't just want to defend. He wants to wreak havoc. He wants to sack, turnovers. And he said that the play calling became vanilla, and that sort of held Nebraska back. Butler responded by saying the Darius Taylor 71-yard run spooked him, paraphrasing.
Yeah.
And made him pull back and become less aggressive, which he regrets. Now, the reason it gives me pause is it was only 7-6.
Correct.
That made it 7-6. Now, what would cause you to? Now, he probably has a great answer because these guys do this for a living and they see things that we don't. But sometimes you don't need to see all that. Sometimes somebody just needs to say, John, it was 7-6. All right. No need to pull back too much. Keep hammering away. But I don't know. I'm not a coach, but it is curious to me that one score that made it a 1-point game would affect you that profoundly.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's part of the reason. Again, it's not that they lost, it's how they lost.
Yeah, that's right.
And a lot of the things that we were told, these things are over. They're not over. They're still here.
No, they're not. You could turn that and say, why should we expect them to be over? I mean, you could say to me too, Simple, you predicted 9-3 now, okay? And yeah, I did. And so I'm a little rattled by this. I wasn't expecting. I picked 42-13. That was the score I thought.
Yeah, one of our listeners brought that up in the YouTube chat earlier. He said, remind him of his 42-13 prediction.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's a horrible pick, but I studied it. I looked at it. And now I got a little loose, I think, because I had talked to a couple guys that just said Minnesota's horrible. They're garbage. So I had assessed it and thought, they'll win by double digits. And then I got a little crazy. And yeah, it looks terrible. I mean, just not related. I've made some incredibly bad calls. I mean, I said Kansas' defense looks like an SEC defense after I saw them against Fresno State.
Oh, no.
I said I thought Nebraska's offensive line could be a strength of the team. Yeah,
same.
This has been a rough fall. Yeah, it's been a rough fall. I'm pulling back on the prognostication, to be honest. I am. I'm not even joking. I'm pulling back.
Well, Sip, we'll find out on Saturday.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, if nothing else.
It's going to be very interesting because Northwestern's going to pull you down to play the kind of game they want to play.
Run the ball.
And
away from mistakes. And they're going to sack the quarterback a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what happens, because the head coach has now said, I'd boo them too.
Yeah.
What happens if there's a couple of clunky drives and, things aren't looking that good and the boos start to rain down? I mean, that's what really tells you how a team responds.
Yeah, all that could happen, or they could win 34-17. So I've got an open mind about it. I don't think the team is so far gone that we're looking at. I'm not. I just told myself I'm not doing this, so I don't.
I'll say this much, Sip. They ain't covering. They haven't covered a game against a Power 5 team yet this year.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, and what is it? 7?
7.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's 7.
Right. Curious. Vegas is curious to me. I don't get it. I don't get that.
Well, you see, there's this thing where people, they see a point spread and then they go in with their money. And if they think a team's going to beat a certain team by more than the point spread, then they bet on that team. And if they're right, they win. But if they don't, they lose.
Line,
Sorry.
Come on,
John. I was just explaining how Vegas works.
And then
they take all that money and they build these lavish, big ass hotels. And then the Big Ten shows up and does their media days.
They do indeed.
Very quietly, I might add.
Yeah,
very quietly. Well, Sip, have a great rest of your week.
Thank you. Good discussion. That was good. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it too. Steve Sipple.
All right.
Here on 1620 The Zones on Sportsmanlike Conduct and the Prairie Flower Casino Zone.
Mr. Applebee's himself.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if Sip subscribes to 1620 The Email. Is he subscribed to 1620 The Email? Does he know about 4-quarter pick'em?
I already mentioned that there's 1620 The Email.
We don't want to mention it multiple times to remind our great listeners. What if somebody just got in the car? I just heard from a listener who said, sorry, I haven't been able to listen too much this week, but they're listening right now. I'm speaking to Nick, among other listeners. And also, I forgot to check the box earlier, so I didn't realize.
But it's good to bring up again because
great to bring.
But
up.
I'll shout out Adam.
Thank you.
Well, what happened to Adam? What did he do?
Adam is a friend of the Grum, and he won 4-quarter pick'em last week.
Good job by you, Adam.
Congrats, Adam.
And
you can win 4-quarter pick'em this week. It's already week 7. Win $250. Pick 10 games. And if you are the winner, $250 is yours. We got a season prize of $2,500 at the end of the season. So congrats, Adam. Shout out to you. Great friend of the Grum.
Wait, so you're saying if they win, you get a prize. Is that what you're saying?
He got a prize.
Awesome.
Yeah. He got a prize. We'll be back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on 1620 The Zone.
Everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. It was a bit chilly this morning, a bit chilly yesterday morning. We're going to have a lot of chilly mornings, and it's going to get beyond chilly. Then it's going to be cold, and then sometimes it's going to be bone-chilling cold. You don't want to combine all of those words together, especially if you're not stretching out those muscles before you go outside for a run. Heck, even a walk on days like that, on every day, but especially as the temps drop, you want to make sure that your muscles and body ready to go. And KRT Athletic Muscle Cream can help prepare your body by priming the muscles with increasing the blood flow, oxygen delivery, and it's going to allow for a more effective warm-up. Not to mention, if something happens outside while you are doing one of these workouts, the post-workout use of KRT Athletic Muscle Cream not only soothes those tired muscles, but also accelerates the natural healing process. Find out why this product has been so great for me and can be so great for you as well, whether you're using it before a workout or after a workout. And great deals right now, 10% off your order. You can also get free shipping on orders over $15. All you got to do is go to the website, krtrelief.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, and friends of the program, as per our edict of things that the boys will not talk about this week on the Grum, I have been asked to convey the following news item regarding the Penn State coaching search. The following is an update from Lions 24/7 reporter Tyler Donahue. Quote, "We gained some Monday feedback following Nebraska's 18-point loss at Minnesota. Lions 24/7 was told there is sustained support from multiple Board of Trustees members to hire Matt Rhule. They want him back in State College as the next Nittany Lions leader. That certainly doesn't speak for the entire BOT or on behalf of Athletic Director Pat Kraft, whose personal relationship with Rhule has been well documented on this site. But it shows that some won't be dissuaded by public pressure on a game-to-game basis. Nebraska next hosts fellow 5-2 Northwestern." Close quote. We now return you to your regular non-Penn State coaching search programming.
Thank you, mystery voice from the beyond.
Wow, that is quite the workaround. Quite the workaround.
Yes, it is. It is quite the workaround. That's what we do here. We work around, round, we get around. Let's see if we can dial up. Who is that? Dave? Hello, Dave. Welcome to the Grum. You're on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
Hey, what's up, guys?
The sun. But not for much longer.
But what's going on? Why are you guys? It sounds like Kraft is like oiling up Matt Rhule for this job for Penn State. But Matt Rhule, he sounds like a defeated man. Like, let's be honest, he sounds defeated. I'm not quite sure what direction he wants to go. But I mean, at this point, I just wanted to ask you guys, like, what happens if we lose Northwestern or in an embarrassing fashion? We've seen all this crazy stuff happen with coaches lately as far as like getting canned. Like, I don't think Matt Rhule is there yet. I'm not ready to throw out everything on Matt Rhule, but his interview, or it sounded like at our press conference for Penn State the other day, it sounded like his interview when he was talking about growing up as a baby with a Penn State shirt on or whatever. Like, all of this stuff, it seems like is adding up to him leaving or us having to make another move. And then also, I know it's really going to be hard, but I'm going to say it. He needs to cut ties with the offensive line coach. He needs to cut ties with him. He is not cutting it. I could coach guys to get 10 sacks, 10 sacks in a game in college. We have all these facilities. We have all the lifting. We have everything. And you're giving up 10 sacks a game. He's scared to cut the ties with that coach because of Dylan. Let's be honest. Everybody needs to say it. We've kind of talked about it. It's the truth. That's all I got.
Dave, thanks.
I don't know what the question was. What was the question? Was he asking
well,
if
he
Rhule
did ask
on the hot seat?
Well, he did ask a question in the middle of what will it be like if
Bad.
Nebraska
It'll be
loses to
terrible.
Northwestern, which is a good thing. We don't have to worry about overreaction because the call screen.
It'd be awful, and the poor host that has to do it.
Well, I want to turn this around because it was part of the poll question. How much goodwill can be restored if Nebraska does win the game, and let's say they win it, they cover, right? They're a 7-point favorite. Let's say they look pretty good,
36-14,
and they win the game. Because I was thinking about this earlier today. What's the most complete game Nebraska has played this season against the Power 5 or 4? Which one of those games is the most complete game they have played this season?
All right, so first of all, you wouldn't choose either of the losses, right? So then that leaves you 3 options.
Well,
I mean, unless you want to choose one of the losses, which would be weird behavior.
Well, you're definitely not picking the Minnesota game. We know that. But
so you're saying you think Michigan is the answer?
I mean, offensively, that's probably
pound for pound.
Their pound for pound, their best performance against the Power 4, right?
I mean, they moved right down the field on the first drive. If they don't finish with a score, they get good field position. They move down. They miss a field goal. The offense does those score, 27 points elsewhere. So they do move the ball, and they only have one turnover, because I was going to lay out the reasons why it would be or wouldn't be one of the other ones. You would really like the defensive performance in the opener. Really good defensive performance.
So is it Cincinnati?
But the offense was very, low risk, which was fine, low risk, didn't have a whole lot of explosiveness, had to settle for a field goal in the red zone. The Michigan State game, 2 awful quarters, but they did score a lot of points in that one. And I thought the defense played really well, honestly, even though they gave up 27. Maryland is probably not the answer, though they turned it over so many times. Gosh, that is a great question.
Seriously, go home
Michigan
tonight and rank the Power 4 games.
Maybe it is Michigan.
Rank the Power 4 games in how you thought Nebraska played the best, regardless of the score. That's a hard exercise, and I could make an argument that it was the Michigan game because it was basically 3 blown plays on defense.
But then they did have that terrible drive at the end of the game on defense where they allowed Michigan to chew off a lot of clock. And that blown plays, you can't just say was only the 3 big plays.
You're not going to find a perfect game in the bunch. You're not going to find anything even approaching.
The answer Cincinnati, because the defense played well. Like the offense, I think that game was about complementary football more than anything. Like they were not trying to be risky, and it resulted in them only scoring 20 points. But they weren't being stupid in that game. They weren't risking anything for a reason.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
And so that's why, I asked that question in the vein of, how could a lot of goodwill be brought back that was lost from last Friday if Nebraska does go out and play their most complete game against a Power 4
because they
team?
haven't done it. They haven't done it this year. They haven't really done it ever. Now part of that is the year one offense was so bad. And then last year, they peaked early. I think you brought it up yesterday. The best game of the Matt Rhule era so far is probably Wisconsin. Probably. The defense was leaky, but a lot of that was after the game was decided, in doubt, right? Like you knew that it was over. It was just, will Wisconsin make the scoreboard look better? Adam texts in 402-951-1620, says Cincinnati. I think that's probably the closest to it, but you don't really feel good about
and yet that's the second lowest scoring game by the offense this year.
Yeah, Brian says it took a Hail Mary to keep it close against Michigan. Indeed. So you're right. To answer now, I'll go back to your question. There would be something nice about having a complete performance. Now, I'm not expecting this for the record. I'm not expecting a complete
right, but we're supposing because there has been trust takes a long time to earn. It can be lost in a moment, in a snap. And I do sense across enough of the fan base that there was some trust lost because of what happened. Again, not that they lost, but how they lost.
And that's the part where I keep wondering, am I overreacting to one game, or is this, a part of a larger trend that the program has had in recent years? And like the thing that they're doing poorly right now, like what's the one thing they're doing the worst right now? Pass protecting, right?
Yep.
That is such like an important thing.
Yes.
That like, I'm trying to think of an equivalent. If they're field goal kicking, let's say that was the bugaboo, that was the one thing. Like that's a bummer, but it is not the end all be all.
No.
Right?
No.
You can scheme around bad field goal kicking.
You go
Don't
for it.
attempt them. Go for it. Now, if you
Score
get down
touchdowns in the red zone.
and you're down by 2 and you need a field goal to win, that's
Yeah,
going to
then
put
you
you
got
in
a
a crappy
problem.
situation.
Then you got a problem.
But you know what? You have to pass. This is not a team that can run the ball every
No.
play. You have to throw the football. They are built to throw the football. And so if that is the thing that you're doing poorly, again, not just bad. Bad is 4 sacks a game. That's bad.
This is poor. This is dirt poor.
9 sacks, and it's getting worse. It's trending in a worse way.
You've had a 9-sack game, a 7-sack game, a 5-sack game.
Mm-hmm.
In most cases, Sam McEwen had this in his rewind this week.
By the way, real quick, while you look for that, Chad, our Penn State fan, you guys completely avoided the last gentleman's question about firing the offensive line coach. We did it earlier.
We did
Fire his ass. I don't care. People are not dancing around this. I don't know who these fans are that think the media is not afraid to touch it. We are talking about it every day. Donovan Raiola has done a bad job, period. Get rid of him. It doesn't affect me. And if you lose your quarterback, Fine. It can be a net positive.
Yeah,
there
to
we
me,
go. That's the station. That's our show's stance on it.
To me, that's the you make a move because you need to make a move.
I'll make a Canva graphic. Fire him if I have to. Like, I'm serious. It does not bother me. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Nebraska has allowed 5.5 sacks versus the Big Ten this year. And as Sam wrote, that doesn't include the pass to Henry Lutovsky that lost yards versus the Wolverines, or the bad snap that resulted in a big loss versus Michigan State. Nebraska allowed 2.89 sacks per Big Ten game last season, which was the worst in a decade. Last year, they gave up 2.89 sacks in the Big Ten last season per game, worst in a decade. And this year, that number sits at 5.5.
Like, this is not sustainable. It's not sustainable from a variety of perspectives. The Teefies are probably going to get their wish, first of all, which congrats to them.
Say the Teefies are
chomping
at the bit.
Do you realize, Josh, that if Nebraska doesn't allow a single sack the rest of the season, the number is still going to average out to 2.4, which is less than a half sack away from last year's decade-long worst.
Yeah,
and you know they ain't going to pitch a shutout the rest of the season unless they just plan to run the ball every single play.
So like that again is why I don't think I'm overreacting right now, because this is a problem that is such a problem that it will affect them. It will, because of what we said with Sipple. It's not even about the other team. We're not talking about Bruce Smith. We're not talking about Reggie White. We're not talking about TJ Watt. We're talking about whomever the other team has. Aaron Donald, sure. I don't know why I went old players first instead of like Micah Parsons. Donovan Izaraku.
Jared Verse.
Jared Verse. Your guy Landman.
You guys are just naming guys again.
We are. But it doesn't matter. That's beside the point. It's not who they're playing. It's themselves. And so that's such a issue. Like, dude, you want to talk about booing? What's going to happen the first time Dylan Raiola's on his ass on Saturday? Like, that place is, especially, don't let him sack him on the first drive. Don't let him sack him on the first drive on third down.
No, first play.
That would, oh my gosh, it'd be terrible. Terrible. Fire him. Again, I'm happy to say it. I'm not happy to say it. I don't want someone to lose their job, but he needs to.
Well, but
they're bad. They're not developing.
Something has to happen. Something has to happen.
And if it doesn't, man, then you know what? Put that shovel into the ground, because you're digging it yourself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, again, you made the move last year when it was tough.
You did.
You made the move last year when it was tough. Coming up next in content.
What do we got?
We got preseason Big East Media Day was today, Josh.
Oh, man, that's cool. John doesn't like Big Ten Media Day, so he can't make fun of me for saying the same thing about Big East Media Days. What do you call it? Talking season? You called it Big Ten Media Days. You got to do the same thing with your conference, John.
No.
Same crap.
No, because it's only
Days.
it's only a day. It was in, it was out, they're done.
Damn it. Ha! Damn it.
Also, we've got details on Kurt Signetti's mega contract.
Hello.
And you can all, speaking of the Big East, tonight you'll be able to hear the glorious theme of the Big East Conference on Fox, but on a different channel.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
What do we have in content, Nick?
Creighton has been picked to finish third in the Big East by both the media and coaches. Owen Freeman was placed on preseason all-conference team. Does this sound about right to both of you who know?
No. We have been talking about this since they signed all these guys. Well, I should answer the part of no. I think they're going to be better than third for two reasons. First of all, I think the roster is really good, and we've been talking about that since they put together their roster in the spring. Second of all, how many times have they underperformed their preseason expectation? I think it's 0, or is it 1?
I think it's 1.
They overperform every year. Now, that doesn't mean I'm picking them to finish first, but they overperform every year under Greg McDermott. So I will say wrong. They will be second or first.
I mean,
I think they're underrated this year.
But the two teams ahead of them, St. John's and UConn, have really gone out and improved. So it could be a case where they're just blocked from going higher because the two teams above them are considered to be really, really good.
Perhaps. But I think they're going to be really, really good. They have a good coach. I'm sorry that I'm willing to say it, John, and you're not. I'm willing to say good coach Greg McDermott. I'm willing to say it. Are you?
Yeah, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. But I think it'll be – I mean, if Owen Freeman does get on the actual all-conference team, that'll be pretty impressive given that he's got a road to come back from. He's just started practicing with the team. And remember, this young man has not played meaningful minutes since early in this calendar year because he lost the last 2 months of the season due to a hand injury. So it's been a while.
Which hand was it?
Don't remember.
Shooting hand or non-shooting?
I don't remember. But it's you just got to get in the thing. Not saying it can't be done, but it's rather interesting how we sometimes get to these results.
How much did it hurt the Mariners to lose Game 7?
Well,
probably a lot.
It did hurt, and it hurt a lot. And for some reason, is our video not working today? There it is. No, I did upload it. It just wasn't showing up in the menu. Check out this.
Con is further than any other team in franchise history.
Legacy is.
So they were interviewing one of the relief pitchers, Brian Wu.
Having Con is further than any other team in franchise history.
Legacy is.
Having Con
Now,
is further.
was that screaming in the background or the big dumper?
That's how much it hurt. That is absolutely how much it hurt.
Yeah, it did. I can understand why. I really can. They were that close, and there was so much put on this team. They were going to be the team that ended it. They were going to be the team that finally got to the World Series, and to come that close and to be one win away with 2 games to play and to not get it done. Yeah, I understand why it hurts.
Not great.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what's your interest level in this World Series?
Well, because the Dodgers are such huge favorites, probably like a 5 or a 6.
I was going to say a 4 or a 5.
Because I'm sad to say I think the Dodgers are going to win again. My interest will go way up if they can steal.
Like 6 or
if
7?
they can steal one of the first 2 games. If they can steal one of the first 2 games,
Stealing is a crime.
Then things get interesting. But if the Dodgers do what they did early on against the Brewers, then
this would have been on the main TV for every game, certainly. Even, well, maybe not if it would have made a Game 7 because it would have been on at the same time as Nebraska if the Mariners would have made it.
Right.
Now, I mean, it'll be on the main TV if there's nothing else on. Certainly won't be on a Saturday night, which was Game 2. Game 3 will be on a Monday. And I don't remember who's playing that night. But no, I mean, I'll watch it, of course, but I will not be living pitch to pitch like I would have been if the Seattle Mariners would have made it.
You've held up very well, by the way, today.
I was sad last night.
As
Great
a
credit to
diehard,
you.
lifelong Mariners fan.
Yes, you held up very well. so far.
I'm surprised you even came in.
I thought you were going to burst out into tears at some point.
Well, thankfully, you guys were nice and didn't bring it up until now, but I will be leaving. Thank you.
The Lions beat the Bucks last night, and guess who now sits atop the standings in the NFC? The tying Packers. Who's the best team in this conference?
Well, it might be the Lions who won last night. I know that they lost to the Chiefs last week, and of course they lost to the Packers all the way back in week 1, but it's so long ago that I don't really know how much to care about that. Who is the best team? I think I would go with the Detroit Lions. I think. Everybody has flaws. A lot of flaws. John said someone's going to arise from the muck. He brought up his Rams, even though they have an aging quarterback who is like
who's playing at playing at a MVP level right now.
Could get injured though, like he's a 49er.
Yeah, but he's got proof he's not a Fabergé egg.
I'll go Lions slightly. Don't feel good about it.
I think it's one of the 3 teams I mentioned.
Which were who?
Which were the Rams, the Seahawks, and the Lions. I think among those 3, a hero will emerge, though only one of them can be a hero because the other 2 teams are not heroes. I mean, the Lions have a chip on their shoulder about everything, and the Seattle Seahawks, give me a break.
Nice.
But in all seriousness, I think it's one of those 3 teams. It ain't the damn Eagles.
Hell no.
And it ain't the damn Packers.
Hell no. Is it the damn Cowboys? Hell no. Their defense is bad.
I tell you this.
You're just trying to.
No, I'm not.
You just want me to buy in so then you can say, oh, here we go, deranged Cowboy syndrome.
Well, fine. Don't buy in. I'm not saying this for you to buy into anything.
What are you saying?
All I'm saying is when 2 of your 3 phases are the best phases in your division, that gives you a hell of a chance. Dallas easily has the best offense. Dallas easily has the best special teams.
But you know what they say about defense, John? It wins championships.
Yeah, but in this crappy division, which has a history of not having repeat champions, there's a reason why. Because it's a mid-division.
Maybe it'll be the Giants. Just kidding. It won't be the Giants.
And finally.
Oh, wow. Already done.
Already?
People forget the NBA season is back tonight. It's on NBC.
Who cares?
Give me 30 seconds on how the season will go and who you like to win it all.
It'll go fun, John. It's going to be a fun year.
You going to watch tonight?
I will have it on in the background as I'm finishing.
That sounds like you're definitely interested.
I got to do soccer prep for the we're watching Task tonight, and I got to finish up my soccer prep. I don't know how much I'll watch. I got other stuff to do. Celtics are going to stink this year. Jason Tatum still recovering, thankfully. He's okay. Give me the Knicks out of the East. Give me the Thunder. Thunder, do it again. Boo, boring.
Wow, this
boring.
Sounds like you really poured a lot of heart and soul into your 30 seconds.
Boring.
I agree. I think the Tatum injury is going to limit the Celtics, and their window has closed. I mean, it's too easy to pick the Thunder, but we don't get repeat champions in the NBA anymore.
Maybe it'll be the Nuggets.
The Nuggets are probably a good pick, right? Because they're not that far removed. They have the best player in the league. It's a good organization. I just can't trust the Knicks.
Yeah.
I can't trust the Knicks.
To win the East, but the East is bad. The East is like the NFC East. It's mid.
And
everybody's hurt. That's the thing, right? What's his name's hurt off the Celtics? What's his name's hurt off the Pacers? Jason Tatum. Halliburton. There it is. They're both hurt.
Don't worry, Nick. Nick you can trust.
It is a long season.
You really screwed that up.
It is a long season. I mean, Halliburton will be back, right?
No, he tore his Achilles.
Yeah, he's out for a year, isn't he?
Well,
I thought that was Tatum that tore his Achilles.
They both did. Remember, Halliburton tore it in the NBA Finals in Game 7.
Oh, that's right.
You were not watching because it was baseball crap going on.
No, I forgot. I forgot the nature of the injury.
Remember baseball?
No. Will we save the Signetti stuff for tomorrow? Or do you
I guess we're going to have
2 seconds. What was it?
Well, no, it's kind of interesting.
Okay.
Takes a little bit to flesh.
Okay, let's do it tomorrow.
But it's very interesting.
Okay. You know what else is interesting?
Nope.
What will be in our tummies tonight?
Tum-tum.
Oh, okay.
That's a segment we call
What's for Dinner?
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
John, I cannot verify what I'm having for dinner tonight, but usually I try. And that's because, I don't know, we have a variety of leftovers at this point in time. I don't know if my wife will be nice.
Why
not
not some
right-overs.
right-overs?
I would love some right-overs too. Some center orders. I don't know what I'm having. Maybe chicken tendies and fries. I have no idea. I got to go to my parents' house to go through the other bucket of crap. Find out what crap I have there that I'm going to keep.
Maybe you can eat something out of that.
No, it'd be paper. I don't want to eat paper for
you have
dinner.
any racing
Well, you
crap,
called
I'll
it a
take
bucket. It might be like a bucket of, maybe an old bucket of chicken you left behind.
Nick, I can confirm there will not be any racing crap. There could be some Star Wars stuff in there, though. We'll find out in a little bit.
It was leftover time.
Yeah.
But we had buffalo chicken sandwiches 3 nights ago.
Screw you, Happer.
So
suck on that.
So the wife chopped up the chicken and made a nice salad, and I had a buffalo chicken salad and a bowl of leftover chili.
Now that is a dinner.
It
I mean,
was
not
really
the
good.
chili, but the other stuff is pretty good.
You don't like chili?
It's fine. It's kind of mid. It's fine.
Again, you haven't had good chili then.
You
No,
haven't
I
had
have.
good chili.
I just, it's fine. It's just not my favorite. If I found out we were having chili tonight, I said, okay, that's fine.
If you had
I
good
thought you
chili,
had turned
you'd
the
be like, I
corner
love
on
chili.
soup.
No, again, it's fine. It's not, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just fine.
Bad.
You said Emmett Johnson's fine.
Emmett
Yeah,
Johnson's
it's not like
not
you wanted
chili.
him launched into the sun. You just
I
said
never said that.
Exactly. You said he was fine. I don't want chili launched into the sun. It would evaporate.
Well, it depends on the chili.
I just don't always want it, is the thing. That's the thing. I don't hate soup. I actually like some soups. Nick?
That was good.
Last night, Paige made this. I'm calling it a mac and cheese situation. It was very good, but it wasn't just mac and cheese. You know, there was onions and tomatoes in there too. It was great. Baked it, had some cheddar cheese on top with some Alfredo sauce. It was great.
Okay.
Tonight it's something with chicken.
Something with chicken.
And I don't know what is tonight. There was nothing. There was no crock potting going on. I didn't see anything sitting out.
Wow.
So it's going to be.
What if your
a
wife
surprise.
wants you to crock pot something, John?
She doesn't trust me.
Yeah, you know, I found out that my wife.
She has trust issues, Nick.
So we're having some.
It used to be an institution. There was a lot of trust.
But you are in the media.
You can't
John.
trust crock pots anymore.
But my wife no longer trusts my institution of cooking.
Well,
not that she ever
'Cause you
really
burn
had a
your
reason to
wings.
trust it in the first
You
place.
burn your
I
wings.
don't burn my wings.
That's what the AP reported, John, and I got to go. by
Well,
what
they need to hire better reporters.
I don't remember what I was going to say. Never mind.
Sad. This weekend, a buddy, he and his family usually have a big get together at Vala's every year.
Mhm.
They invited us this year, and one of his cousins made this ghost pepper slaw. I put it on a tostada. I had just a tiny little bite. My mouth was on fire for
Oh,
about
you got to be careful.
10 minutes, and the only thing I had to wash it down was a can of Sprite.
I
which
still
is
remember.
not good, by the way.
I still remember the year we grew ghost peppers and realized instantly we're not going to use these. And was it Klaus? Or was
Nate?
it? Oh no, was it Padilla? One of our regulars.
Jacob?
No, it was Dan Hoppin.
Dan Hoppin.
He said,
Oh,
"I'll
I
take some of
remember
those,"
that,
and I gave it
yeah.
to him, and he was like, "I can't eat these either.
Wow.
I can't use them.
I mean,
They're so hot."
It was good slaw. It was just Bernie.
What do we got tomorrow? Sanders?
1%.
Schaefer.
Hell
No,
yeah.
We have Schaefer, Holtis, Dumb.
And then is our
Debates.
our Northwestern friend hopefully Thursday? Is that the
Hopefully, I haven't
plan?
heard back yet.
Okay. And who knows what else? What other surprises could come? We'll talk about Kurt Signetti.
We will talk about Kurt
Smells
Signetti.
like pizza here.
Ooh.
I don't smell anything.